And we're live. Okay. So, when we left off yesterday, we left off with this mid SSE thing. We're still implementing it. I was hoping to get like a little bit more done off stream, but that didn't happen. But what we did do is I added a little alert thing. You'll probably see it through the stream. It was like the Streamlabs implementation. I experimented using Streamlabs, but now I'm using OBS again because OBS lets me capture particular programs for audio, and that's just more useful to me. All right, I also upped the audio volume, so let me know if the music is too loud. I'll turn it down. I kept the same difference in decibels, so I'm hoping it won't be too loud, but let me know if it is. I'm hoping that this like fixes that issue where my stream is quiet compared to the ads. All right, so with that out of the way, this is our list of things to implement. We're still doing this SSE thing. I don't think I actually am going to use the builder. I think I'm just going to not use the builder because I decided to do this little send and update thing and then handle it on the client side. I think that'll be a little simpler. Okay, so how does this all work? So we've got this broadcast and we're just doing it here, but then we are duplicating that over here basically. So maybe what I want is like some kind of a private broadcast data, and this will be of this type. Oh, my tea's ready. That's exciting. I just really like tea. I really like how you don't have to add any sugar to it and it still tastes really good. Coffee's not bad, but only certain kinds. Like I like the French vanilla, but that's really heavy on sugar and stuff, I think. So with the tea, there's like no sugar. It's great. And there's all kinds that are really good. You've got like your green tea, you've got oolong, you've got English breakfast. All right, so broadcast data, here we go. This is just gonna be data, broadcast data. All right, and then we're just gonna res write. I guess you have to have a res, which is gonna be this express JSON response thing. But that's gonna be a JSON stringify. And we don't want to be creating like a bazillion gazillion of these objects because there's a high chance this will have to get broadcast to like a bunch of people. This is the issue with optimizing code, right? Or like doing that kind of thing is you spend a lot longer writing something than if you just write it quickly and then optimize. I just feel like it's important for this because of where it lives in the code. I know that this is going to be a performance bottleneck. Maybe get Or, well, I don't want to call it two-string because two-string actually means something. How about just get data string? Sure, that's useful enough. Good morning, Altair, and welcome back. I've got my tea all here. It's really hot right now, so I'm letting it cool off. Yeah, I added a little alert thing, which you'll see on the stream. So, how was my weekend? Oh, just coding and let's see what else. The usual. Looking at YouTube, a little bit of exercise, tea, alerts. Yes, I added alerts. It should work. I haven't really, I mean, I kind of tested it with like the little thing, so yeah, you can look forward to that later in the stream. But what did I use? I used Streamlabs and I used the Flatpak for the theme. I think I can test it actually, even if it's live. Let me all I do is go to Streamlabs, right? Let me show you. Then I click on this, and now I do there, and that should show up. All right. So, anywho, yeah, we're still doing SSE. I'm wrapping it up on the back end. Was hoping to get this wrapped up yesterday. So after this, we'll get back to the exciting stuff. I want to test though with SSE. I want to see what it's like with 50 players and 100 players and 1,000 players. I haven't done like the major efficiency part of this, but I'm hoping it'll at least be better than the real-time database from Firebase. All right, so basically it's just gonna be that. Boom. Cool. Okay, that's really basic. That's extremely basic. All right, so that's just gonna be res.write, and then we got that jazz. Okay, this over here. Instead of response.write, I can do. Wait, this can be static, which means I want to move it elsewhere. And then we'll rewrite that a little bit. Okay, so this whole thing here is just going to be themerim.getDataString. This whole thing here. All right. Public game states, room messages. Oh, those are missing. Wait, no, public game state is right there, and so is room messages. Messages pipe null is not assignable to messages pipe null pipe undefined. Right. Oh, I see. It's room messages, which returns messages mapped to the other thing. Right, because you're not going to have a room ID. The client already knows what the room ID is. Okay. Okay, public game state. Property score is missing. Oh no. Abstract game state public user. You know what? There. Good enough. Type T. Oh, right, we don't have a T. Okay, cool. So what this will do is now this will send this message to the client, and then the client will read all these fields, and it will be like, oh, this is the room messages, and this will just like set that. And then I have like a regular kind of like S and U, which will be for sending and for updates. I guess this is supposed to be set, not update, or not send. Also, I made a mistake yesterday. I said that I'm sending stuff in a side channel. That is the wrong term. What I mean is, I think it's out of band. I think that's the right term. Out of band. Well, it's closer. Well, actually, no, that might actually be the right term. Yeah, because the main data stream, if I use SSE, right, it's unidirectional. So I send out of band data to the server because it's not through SSE. All right, so cool. We've got the thingamabobber here. Don't need this anymore. All right, broadcast. Okay, this is the important part. And this is also the very simple part because all I do is literally just res.write. Oh, no, I don't, because we need to split this up. Even the initial thing where we're writing the data, we don't want to write all of that. Well, I'm thinking, okay, actually, no, that's fine. Because we're only writing the public, the game state public and the private user. Okay, so that's fine. The initial info we send to the user, that's fine. The issue is on this broadcast. Thinking. Well, if the type is equal to set, then all we do is check the ref. Let's just write it in one method and then it'll make more sense and I'll be able to refactor it, I think. Okay, so we have all the parts. If parts bracket 0 not is equal to game sessions, return. If parts bracket 2 is equal to public, well then obviously this is the right message and we want to send this to all the children. All right, so now this needs to be all right, so else if parts bracket 2 is equal to game state and parts bracket 3 is equal to public. I'm just thinking that there's probably places in here where I don't to get that specific. User ID to listener pairs. Oh, right. Yeah, that's just all of them that I use for broadcasting because it's slightly more efficient. User ID to listener. And then we need this, which is going to be some data. Instead of game room get user private, it could even be game room. It could be this dot broadcast. User data. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. All right, so the first thing we need to do is we need to like go through the key and then go through the object that we have to get there. Okay, so let's see path. New game sessions. Anything. Game state. Private. Users. All right, so we start with the root, which is going to be this object, and it could be an object or it could be a value. And we also have a part. And parts could be like just this, or it could be this, or it could be even farther than all of that. So let's see, if parts is like, let's just say a length of 2, then we need like game state private users. That we're checking the key of. Okay. And if parts is like 7, hmm. So I need to somehow get ref, or I need to get the child to where I have these data for all the users, but how do I do that? Um, hmm. Almost like I want something along these lines, where we slice the initial path by the part's length. So if I have like 3 parts, then it would only be looking at private users. Which would mean that I'd have something along the lines of hi Bruno, welcome back. I'm trying to get through this SSE thing on the back end as fast as possible. I apologize for the difficult part. It's just that, you know, you have this deeply nested JSON thing. So I have this deeply nested JSON object, and I need to apply set and update to it. So this is basically the way that real-time database works in Firebase. And I need to make sure that I segment the data that I send to each of the clients. This is on the server. And so the server should only send certain data to one client and certain data to another client. But because of the ability to set or update at any position in this nested object, I have to do some funky magic stuff to make it all work. And so that's what this child argument thing is. That's kind of what I'm doing here. The child parameter in this case could be like an object. It could be just a primitive. It could be anything. So it's funky magic stuff. How am I today? Pretty good. How about you? I'm just having my tea and trying to get this SSE thing out of the way so we can get back to the cool stuff. Or, you know, the more fun stuff. The stuff that you can actually see. And this kind of stuff. All right. And if you want an example of the way these sets and stuff are done, which is why this is so complex, here's an example. So this env state set accepts a string, right? And this could be like any part of that nested object, and then it's a value. So what the set does is it replaces the value at this location of this nested object with this thing. But now I can have something also like let's see, private, wait, no, it's in state, private. I can have something like this, where here we are setting a particular user to this value, or it's an update. So yeah. There's updates and then there are sets, and updates is like multiple sets, kind of. What is the point of wrapping T in recursive partial if the type is arbitrary? There's no real point. I could use an any. I just don't like writing any. You know, I could change it to an any. Hi Scratch, how's it going? Yeah, I can just... Fine. No, I mean, this is fine, you know, because it'll just take whatever the type is. I think the reason I did... Why did I do recursive partial? I don't know. Yeah, simpler is better. Okay, anyways. So part of path. So at this point, we have the remainder for ref, and we have to like drill down into ref. Let's see, if All right, so we return early because if that's the case, then it would be like saying, okay, game sessions, whatever, and then it's going to be like not an object. Well, then it can't be something that's specific to a user, so we could just return. All right, so then we have ref, and now it's going to be ref brackets part. Because we know we're an object equals, no, sorry, ref equals ref bracket part. Yeah, why is it not happy with me there? Oh, possibly not. Okay. If not ref or. Yeah, I know. We'll just do this. Okay, so now we're going through there. So if we bootleg, yeah, it works. Okay, so game sessions, blog, game state. Okay, and then now we'd be left with like something like this. Funky magic. It's very funky magic. Okay, so at this point, ref might be where it needs to be. So then we'd broadcast to the user. But you only, okay, so the way you'd broadcast to the user at this point is tricky. Because it depends. You either want an update or you want a set. If the path is far enough along, then it's an update, else it's a set. Which is really funky. So if the part's length is greater than or equal to user's path.length plus 1, then it's a broadcast to only a single user. Yeah, this stuff is crazy. I might want to limit the API for these kinds of edits just to simplify the backend here. Because this is only complicated because you're updating or setting in this weird way. That's the only reason this is complicated. And that's just because that's the way that Firefox or Firebase does it. Okay, so broadcast to only one user. Isn't parts length greater than or equal to user's path length plus 1 the same as essentially parts length? Well, wait, yeah, essentially. I mean, technically, they're not the same, but in practice, they are. I like to do it this way just because it's more mathematically correct, I guess. Like, if the length was 6.1, for example, which it wouldn't ever be, then it wouldn't be the same. I guess to me, I prefer this notation just because to me it's more obvious. But for any practical purpose, they're the same. Broadcast to only one user. Okay, now this, in this case, it would be parts bracket users underscore path dot length. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be at index 5, which is the 6th element, which would be the user ID. It's funky. It's funky. Broadcast only one user is built into socket IO. That's great. That's really great. But I would still need to do something like this. The only, like, again, this is only complicated because of I'm using the same API as Firebase real-time database. I've got this wrapper around the real-time database, which also happens to broadcast in this new way. Okay, so else. Or in fact, let's not do an else. Let's just return. Now I don't have to do this else thing. I feel like having explicit types for all of these would be better. For Firestore, I have explicit types for everything. For the Firebase real-time database, again, because of this really odd string as a ref thing, this basically breaks the types. You can kind of hard code some of it, but yeah, I mean, like, you could say that this is some kind of like a selector type. So for example, in my component system, I have like a game object or game object component, right? This is got like this kind here. And so depending on what the kind is, it kind of selects what the different, you know, types are that are in it, like the different keys. So you could do something like that. So like for this update, you could say, well, it's not just a string, you must have a specific thing that you do. Problem, of course, is when you do something like, you know, user ID, blah, then it breaks down. All right, so if that's the, greater than that, else. All right, parts isn't long enough. It refers to multiple users. Okay, that's useful. So now I know that parts is not as long as the user's path. So now I use this thing to figure out which users it applies to. Okay. The complexity of this method makes it a good candidate for unit tests. Oh well. Anyway, so we've done that. So let's see, parts isn't long enough. Okay, so at this point, ref points to how hard is unit testing with Firebase? Firebase is a little finicky because you need to spin up an emulator for it. You can write your own like simulator, which I kind of have. Like I've got this thing here where I wrap the database to provide some extra stuff. Or, you know, I guess I like extend it or whatever. No, it's a wrapper. Yeah, it's a wrapper. So I guess that's a little finicky. But you don't need to do that. Sometimes testing with Firebase is a bit like I don't know, it doesn't always work properly. So it makes your tests a little flaky. I don't want to use an emulator, essentially, for the tests. And Firebase makes you use an emulator. But yeah, you essentially have something similar to this, where you try to clear the state before each of your tests, and then you hope that it works. It's probably easier than Postgres. Emulators are very annoying, yeah. There are many times where I'll be deploying the server, or, you know, the site, and then it fails to deploy because I'm not running the emulator. And you might think, oh, just start up the emulator as part of your deploy. Well, you could, I guess, but I don't know. Like, what are you gonna do? Spin it up and as a background process and then just hope that you close it at some point? Okay, so parts isn't long enough. Okay, at this point, ref points to user ID string. Is this always true? So that'll be game state's private user. So if that's true, then we can just be like for blah 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 in ref. And if ref not is equal, or if not ref, or type of ref not is equal to object, then return. This is probably something that I want to test actually. It would just be easier to write a unit test. Okay. Ref points to user ID string and okay. Same check again? Yeah, because you see the assignment is after the check. So I have to do it one last time. There's no guarantee the user exists, so we use a question mark so that it doesn't call the method unless this is a valid thing. All right, and now we have to do this. Const data equals game room, data string. Which is a send or updates. And the ref for this one. Let's just do it this way. The client will understand this. Game state, private, users, user ID. But it's not going to be perfect. Wait, no. Okay, at this point, we know that it's not going to be all the way to the user, which means that this must be, in fact, be a set, so we don't actually have to do this. We can rewrite this whole thing. Instead, we can do this. This is private game states, and this is just whatever my current private game state is for the user. let's see, DP local state, the way it works is it sets and then it broadcasts. So really, whenever this occurs, we're guaranteed that the user will be replaced. So we can just pass whatever the current user is to all of the users. In fact, we just want to iterate over the listeners. T and part any. Um, well, it wouldn't be that type. It wouldn't be T and part any, because part is not the name of the thing. Yeah, so that wouldn't actually work. You could just say that T isn't any, like, because it could really be an any. And now I think I can just ref. Okay, so the only issue with this new thing is that if a user gets removed, I need to make sure that I tell that user that they were removed. The only thing is, this won't occur if it's a set or an update. Let's just say it's like game sessions, whatever game state, and the child is null, because we're nulling the whole thing out. Even though the state of the child has in fact changed. So you have this listener on the client now, and they're expecting an update, but they're not getting an update. And the server doesn't keep track of the current state of the clients. Yeah, that's not going to work entirely. I could just say like, all right, tell the clients that we'll just broadcast their, the whole state to all the clients, and maybe I'll just like log it as well, because that's a very expensive thing to do. But then what if the parts are like different? Hello, Aaron Tier. Still working on the back end for updating all the clients. And I've got it working in most cases, just a couple of edge cases that are not working as I want. I do have this other thing, this on child changed. And maybe this would work. Oh no, but on child changed, that actually is for the real database. That's definitely not going to work. You're working on a Jira epic about Jira. Oh, nice. That's always fun. I never got into using Jira. But I've definitely heard about it. You need to RMRF your Jira server? Sounds like a good plan. But what would you do instead for issue tracking? Okay. Broadcast user data. Okay, well, this is not entirely working because all of the listeners. Gitty? I'm not familiar with Gitty. Actually, maybe I don't really care if it gets to this point. Gitty is GitHub written as a single binary in Golang. That's actually really cool. I'm a big fan of GitHub. Except for GitHub Desktop, I wish it was a little bit better for WSL 2 support. Parts isn't long enough, it refers to multiple users. Okay. So this isn't perfect, because like if you clear a game session, we're never telling the clients that that got cleared. But I think in most cases, like all of the actual use cases, this will work. Anyone know how to make Unity animation state machines not look like you're summoning Satan? I mean, what do you want to summon instead? You've got Diablo, you got Baal, you got all of them. I'm not familiar at all with Unity. All right, so then we have this. Game session, game state, private, users, user ID. And if that's not there, it'll be null. And this whole thing is going to be private game state. And now we have to add in all the fun stuff. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Cool. And now we can delete this and delete this and delete all that. Delete this builder thing. All right. So that is broadcast user data. Cool stuff. So now if it's like an update to a particular user, it'll go here. If it's an update to all of the users, I think it will get here. Maybe. Okay, so then we do this, send all children, don't need all that jazz. So broadcast user data, I don't think we need. An ancient language just for fun. Oh, you can't leave us hanging, Aaron Tier. What language did you use? An ancient language. Man, I can only imagine what it was. Was it Fortran? Free Pascal. Okay, you know, I was close. Free Pascal, man. I've heard of Pascal at one point. Oh, you could use like Dark Basic too. Dark Basic is ancient. Thank God it wasn't PHP. Oh, you don't like dollar signs everywhere? Yeah, that actually does look like you're summoning Satan. Maybe it's just like the Star of David or something. Let's see. What on earth? Okay. So this works up to game session, but then there's also what if happens if it's like set or update the entire thing. So let's see, we've got game state. Hmm. Let's see. So this is only for public. Well, if that's the case, then it would be res.write or I've heard some people make quite a few cool games in Unity. I want to try it at some point. I'm curious how Unity compares to the other game engines like Unreal, and how that compares to just doing things manually. I'm sure Unity has a lot of great stuff. Okay, send to all children. So how are we gonna do this? We're gonna do game room dots get data string, and then this is gonna be either an S or a U. That's cool, Sketch. What kind of games are you working on? Send or updates. So we have ref and child. And I think that's it. Okay, cool. That's broadcast to users. That's simple. A more Hun type game? Tower defense is always fun. I used to play a lot of tower defense games back in the day. There was like oh, what was it? Warcraft 3. They had some really fun tower defense games. Crazy Chicken. I've never heard of this. Okay, so it's like This is like Duck Hunt, I'm guessing? Yeah. This looks so much like Duck Hunt, which is an old game on the NES. Okay, so we do that, and then we do that. Cool. Broadcast to users. Okay. And then if it's game state public, is it German name? Oh no, this is totally different, right? Like Duck Hunt, this was like a really, really old NES game. This was Duck Hunt. You had like this laser controller and you would shoot where the ducks were. This was Duck Hunt. It was fun. Yeah, the classic game. Okay, so we had parts, so game state, and then this is just gonna be broadcast to users. Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Yeah, that was a very popular, very common game. I used to play it when I was younger. You could do a multiplayer duck hunt game where people need to shoot only their color duck. I could do that. Sounds like such a fun party game. Let's see, how many could we scale it to though? Because I feel like if you have 1,000 players, that could get tricky. Or the opposite. Hmm. I'd have to figure out like how the game would work, but it could be interesting. Okay, so let's see, we've got broadcast user data, broadcast to users. This all works great unless you're setting the entire game sessions. Let's just hard code all the cases, I guess. Else if the parts.length. All right, let's see. Else if the parts length is 1, then that would mean it would be like game sessions, game session ID, update or set. Just realized this is not correct because we're passing in the child on this broadcast user data, but the key for that is something that needs to get appended to the, oh yeah. Hold on, be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, so the issue is this old one is this ref part. Because technically I could have like update. Oh yeah, but I think I said that in practice I don't ever really see that. Oh, here's one though. Here's an update on game sessions, game session ID, and then one of them is game state private users, particular user ID. Yeah, see, that's problematic. Okay, well, I can simplify it down to just sets. Because an update is just a bunch of sets. And I think that's why Firebase's performance is so low when you do a bunch of sets or a bunch of these updates. No, it's still not that great. Okay, you know what? Let's just do that. Okay, broadcast. We're just going to assume it's always a set. Always a set. So that means whatever's at the ref, that's the set. It's just that simple. There's no updates. Next Google, that's right. I worked at Google for about 3.5 years. I was on Android performance. Decent. If the type is set, then do this, else. What years? I quit in like 2020 or wait, was it 2020 or 2019? It might have been in 2019. So I guess like 2015-ish to 2019, somewhere around there. 2015 or 2016. I think it was 2015. Shouldn't quit, you make less money? I do. But I also have freedom. if I was still at Google, I couldn't do this. I wouldn't have Funi if I was still at Google. Like, this site would not exist. Because if you're at Google, oh, economically better to get laid off? Yeah, but I wasn't about to get laid off. So, I mean, how many more years what would I have had to be at Google, you know? I had a lot going on in my life too, like with my mom and stuff. So that was just a good time to leave. And I wanted to work remote full time, and they didn't let me. So let's see, broadcast. Let's see. What you building? I'm working on replacing the real-time database for Firebase with SSE. So on Funi, I'm using the real-time database for state synchronization between the server and the clients. So that's all I need it for, just ephemeral data. And there's an issue with Firebase where the limit is 1,000 writes per second, which is really low. And it's virtually unusable above about 50 players for Dynamite. For the Duck Hunt idea on Funi, since it's a high score game, it just compares the high score of 1,000 players and gives you live updates on your position. The issue with showing like a high score based on like what your score is that hackers will just mess around, right? They'll hack it and then what? And what are you gonna do? Prevent hackers in like an action-based game? That's very difficult. Writes are hard to scale? That's true, they are hard to scale. But 1,000 a second is not much. You could do some things, like you could take the state of the game, store it as like a string, you know, in like base 64 or maybe something else. And then you just only update the state like 10 times a second or 5 times a second. And that would scale reasonably well. And then you just shard the databases based on whatever the server is in the backend. It's got like a particular server ID. So you could use some like, you know, modulus or whatever stuff to like, you know, choose one of like 100 real-time databases to connect to. Non-pixel art on a 2D game is hard to do right, but yours looks great. Well, thank you. I gotta pass that on to the designer or something. I outsourced the audio and music and the design, like the images and all that jazz. My rights aren't to keep the high score up to date though? No, they're not. The way I do the high scores is a little funky. Let me show you. So high scores are actually in Firestore. I think it's less funky than the way that I do the likes and stuff in the workshop. That's real funky because I basically have 3 separate documents, which are kind of like tables in a way for this. And then depending on what the timestamp is, it'll go to one of those 3 documents and it's got like a created at, so it knows when it was last updated. And it's able to be like, oh, well, this particular document is from the last segment, so clear it and start writing to it again. So what that does is it means that you don't need to have a cron job or anything, and it's still very fast and efficient, but it does complicate queries a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so for high scores, how do I do this? Game data. Yeah, okay. So I do something similar. You see this? So for example, phony flippers, you've got like day 0, 1, and 2. So the collection. And then you've got like month 0, 1, and 2, and week 0, 1, and 2, and all that jazz. All right. And you can see here, like in the last week, or like on this particular week, this is like a segment. So this is like 3.5 days or something. Do I do snapshotting anywhere? Firebase automatically takes backups of the database. But yeah, you can kind of see how this works. You've just got like a document here with a bunch of users and stuff for the last week, and that's how it's able to do like times played over in the last week, in the last month, in the last year. You have an inventory system and snapshotting was suggested. Basically, once the inventory for January is recorded, it's not going to change. So you can take a snapshot of it for fast processing. Yeah, you could just store it on a CDN or something even. So you don't even need to touch the database because it's static at that point. You could have a cron job that runs, which takes a snapshot. And then it just runs monthly or something and uploads that snapshot to a CDN. And then you fetch from the CDN. Would be one example. All right, so broadcast set. And cron jobs you can define in code. You don't need to spin up a server with a cron job typically anymore. Like Firebase Functions, for example, supports cron jobs. AWS has a way to do cron jobs. Pretty sure Firebase, pretty sure I've got one already. Let me see. I'm just making sure this file doesn't have anything bad in it. Yeah. Hey, another mistake you made was querying data. You weren't grabbing multiple columns per query, just one column per query. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Batching is really important. All right, yeah, you see this? This is how you do a cron job in Firebase. Functions, schedule, and then on run. And then you do a thing. So you can see here, I delete guest accounts, after 45 days. So if you're not signed up for Funi, your account gets deleted in 45 days. You've done that in AWS with Lambdas, it's essentially the same thing. All right, so again, we are back over here, broadcast set, so that's basically the same thing. We just do multiple broadcast sets. This is not particularly efficient, but unfortunately, that might be the best way to split this up. Just because we don't want to leak people's information. Otherwise, people would know it's in other people's hands. I missed the age of Evan at Google. Age of Evan. What is the age of Evan? Crazy that Google spawned 2/3 of the single page apps. Oh, yeah, I guess, I'm not sure what the age of Evan is. At Google, everybody was talking about Jeff Dean. He's basically the Chuck Norris of Google. How do I ban users if not logged in for a certain amount of days? I don't ban users. Why would I ban a user if they don't log in? Like, how do I clean up usernames? Is that what you're asking? Oh, yeah, I delete them. I just have this little script. So like down here. A Firestore has this really nice index thing where you can do queries over documents that contain a field. So I don't need to do anything fancy. All I do is I just check users public, and if the user hasn't played in 45 days and they are a guest account and have not registered, then it will delete them. And you can see right here, if they've signed up, it doesn't delete them. So basically this cleans up the data and makes sure we're not going to have like a bazillion gazillion guest accounts. And that's it. That's nothing special outside of that. Okay, so broadcast set. So if it's game sessions, if it's parts, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we've got broadcast to users. Well, it's just gonna be always a set. So if it's game sessions, game session ID, that means now we have public and all that other jazz. So if it's this, then that means I want to broadcast users. We don't have the ref anymore, or the type anymore. We do have ref. Game state public is just going to be the whole thing. This needs to be a little different though. All right, so then this means, let's see, how do I want to do this? Well, I want to broadcast some of this to users. But this is a set. So really, this is very, very similar to this. Response.write thing. And now we basically just do this. Because we know we're setting the whole thing, so basically you just gotta do this with the game state. Okay. Definitely want to clean this up at some point because this is just like doubled the complexity of the game room. Okay, maybe not quite. That's just an asterisk. I think this is all we need. Yeah, okay, let's try it out. Okay. This is so hacky. I might have put like a to-do here. To-do. Clean this hacky mess up. Yeah. All right, so let's see what all. It's really not that much code, it's just slightly overly complicated. Let's go ahead and remove all this recursive partial stuff. What does a Cornwall mean? It's just like my username for GitHub. When I was at Google, we had a style where you put your username in the parentheses. So it's to do, parentheses, username, close parentheses, colon, and then the to do. So that way, like, if you saw a to do in the code base, you knew who to reach out to because they probably knew a little bit of info about it. You almost never use recursion? Well, you don't have to, because anything that can be done recursively can be done without recursion. And I'm like fairly sure that recursion is always slower than doing it without recursion. But recursion can simplify your code. Because sometimes the non-recursive solution is a little more, you have to write a little bit more. Recursion is also one of the topics that I found slightly challenging to learn in my first year of coding. You went into a code base that had tons of recursion in it, such an awful code smell. I'm not sure that recursion is necessarily is like particularly bad. I don't know. I think you want to aim for code that's as simple as possible. Yeah. If your code is complex, it is not a badge of pride. It is a badge of shame. Sometimes it needs to be complex, but try to make it simple because simple is always better. And sometimes my code is overly complex. I try to avoid it, but sometimes it's very, very difficult to avoid. You only pull out recursion to walk a tree? Fair enough. Basically, that's what we just did. You know, we had this giant JSON object. It was essentially a tree. You know, you had keys and values which had more keys and values which had more keys. It's a tree. So everything kind of feels challenging. I mean, luckily there's Stack Overflow, you know? You've got Stack Overflow, you've got the GitHub code helper thing plugin, which is like some machine learning thing. It's really cool, but also a little weird, to me at least. Okay, so anyways, we've did that. Let's go ahead and build the server. Stack Overflow, your beloved. Oh no. Yeah, Stack Overflow, it has some amazing things there. I love Stack Overflow. Imagine if we did not have Stack Overflow. Like, imagine what life would be like. I would be a much less efficient programmer without Stack Overflow. Because sometimes it's got some really solid stuff in there. You just have to know what's good and what's not good. Okay. So, if I connect, what happens? Let's see, room. Event source. Okay, so it just says, hi Yabus, welcome back. Stack Overflow hasn't been around for that long, probably 2010. Well, modern programming hasn't been around all that long either. You know, look at TypeScript, look at all these other things, look at Go. I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Yavuz? I think we just got to a point where the backend for the SSE is done, maybe. Or it could be completely horrible. Okay, it's pretty horrible. Oh god. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading broadcast. DB local state 199. A really great Twitter thread where there's a bug involving Docker Desktop and Razor Synapse not being able to run at the same time. Some Stack Overflow answer was buggy. Well, you know, that's always fun. That's always fun. Yes. Stack Overflow. It is a source of great good and great evil. It's one of those things, it's a powerful weapon. It can be used for both good and evil. Okay, it is very much a blessing and a curse. I would say it's more so a blessing. Yeah, Booze. We've got a couple new emojis as of a few days ago, and I like them. I really like the smiley face because the eyes are just so great. Okay, let's see, we've got right, the DB local thingamabobber. DB local thingamabobber, that is its official name. So we've got JS digipop server lib DB local state, control G 199. All right, so this is where it's failing. The room stop broadcast. Okay, well, because there's no broadcast, if there's no room, it's as simple as that. You cannot broadcast if you don't have a room. Oh, yeah, I can see the issue here. Wait, what? If not room ID. So there's a room ID, but there's no room? Hold up. There's a broadcast happening. Because there's no room? Okay, hold on. I need to know what this is. If not, room ID in this .nv.rooms. What in the hey-hoo? Let's see. I must know what this data is. Funky magic, this is too funky. This is like voodoo magic. And it needs to die horribly. So the goal is get this working. If it works, great. Let's make a more sane, limited version of the real-time database. Something that has better type checking, and doesn't just let you do funky things using a string when it should maybe be a little more specific. Once we do that, it'll simplify this stuff down. Because SSE is really simple, but I'm making it look really hard with the way that we're implementing it. And that is not ideal. Very unideal. Okay, game sessions. Ah. See the initial game session information right there? That's bad. Because we never received this. Because creating room. Okay, creating room. Right here. And then at some point down here, it sets it to game room. The problem, of course, is that this doesn't get set until after all that other jazz. So how far up can we move this thing? What does the CTOR do? Constructors are typically very basic. They should not do a lot of things. Constructors should not be, like, they shouldn't really have side effects, okay? Let's see. So here we have the set timeout, which is doing some jazz. It doesn't really have any particular side effects, but it does maybe do this thing here, which it probably shouldn't be doing. But let's just go ahead. We'll move this game room up. Wait, hold on. Did it do anything funky with envy? Envy? No, it's all good. Okay. But why does it say force the user to join? That's funky. Envy room ID. There's no forcing of a user. What is this comment even? Whatever. Just do this. All right. Now that we've done that, we don't need to assign it down here. And I think that will all be good. Okay, I think the rest can stay the same. So now we actually have the room at the time the game session gets created, which means that it can broadcast that information to all the people, and they'll be happy and they'll be like, yay, we got new data. Cool stuff. All right, so we do that. I didn't get all of the jazz stuff. But the error message is gone, so that's probably good. Let's just remove this again. Yeah. Oh no. What have I done? I broke it. Oh, oh no. I broke it. Well, this works at least. I mean, if you just ignore all of the errors, it works fine. Hmm. Oh, the error is just cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. Okay. That doesn't seem all that awful. I mean, it's awful, but not like mega crazy awful. It's just a little awful. But I'm missing a few things. And first of all, it's erroring out on me. So that's probably bad. It's failing in broadcast user data. Yeah, that's where it's not supposed to fail. That's the part of the code it's supposed to not fail at. So it's failing on this end. But the data that we're sending... Oh. Yeah, I see the problem. The problem is we need \ins. You gotta have those. Those are super duper important. If you don't have those, bad things are gonna happen. It's just the data format. You gotta have the double \in. That's like the Terminator, you know, or the thing. It's the thing. Alrighty. Does it work now? Oh, look at that! New events! Oh, look at all the info. Wow, there's so much info. That's so cool. Look at all that. All the stuffs. Great stuff. Okay, so start game. Uh-oh. Why did this happen? I know why this is happening, but also, yes. So this is happening because I rewrote the way that Dynamite sends data to the client so that it's only supposed to be sending the new stuffs. Yes, that's problematic. So it's getting to a point, and then it's like saying, no, I'm just not gonna send this. We're not gonna send it. Okay, so broadcast. Okay, we got broadcast. Okay. So it's an update. Great stuffs. Okay, so we got some keys. There's a bot 0, and that's public. Oh, but this is gonna be like a bazillion, gazillion, million of these things. That's okay. We'll just be real inefficient. Alright, so bot 0. Game sessions, okay, okay. Game state public. Okay, yeah, it's public info. Broadcast it to all users. Which is broadcast to users. Great, that sounds like happiness. Okay. So we got some datas. That looks right to me. Got the reference, which is game sessions, blah, 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 public users bot. Set it to this thing. That sounds good. Oh no, there were no users. User ID to listener pairs is empty. That should be impossible. It should be impossible, but for some reason it's possible. Oh. Yeah, that would make it possible. That would do it. That right there would do it. That would do it. That would do the thing. I am actually surprised that _.entries without anything in it is valid. Because I would think that should maybe not be valid. Just maybe. Maybe it should be required. Okay, and fixed. We're back. Your guess is Lodash. Empty would be processed like an undefined value. That's absolutely right, and that's exactly what happened. My argument is that if you have undefined, it shouldn't be able to pass it into a _.entries. It should just be, it should require a not undefined value. Should not be optional. Yeah. What mic do I use? I use a Sennheiser MKE 600. It's not really a vocal microphone. It's a boom mic, which means that it's very directional. It's this thing. I might change it to a microphone that's better for actual like talking later on, but this is what I use. This is meant to capture audio in a very specific direction. So if I'm talking into the microphone, you hear me very well. If I'm talking over here, you don't hear me as well. So it's very directionally sensitive. A Lodash that doesn't safely handle undefined would be pretty useless. I mean, that's what TypeScript is for. Let's see. Internal, okay, let's see. What? Oh, maybe if I was running the server, that would help. All right, so we've got events. Internal, cool, that's always fun. Same issue as last time, cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. Why is this happening? This time it was in broadcast to users. Okay. Broadcast to users. TypeScript can only check at compile time. That's true. But I'm saying the type, it shouldn't have undefined. So it's okay for it to handle undefined. But the TypeScript type for it, I feel like should not have it as an optional. So it's okay for it to still handle it, but I never want to write this. Like, I can't think of any time I would ever want to write this. Like, why wouldn't I just write, you know, that? Or I guess it would be entries, so it would be that. All right, so broadcast users. Let's do this. Try. Catch. Throw E. Console.error. Failed to broadcast data. TypeScript complaining in that case makes some sense. Thank you. I agree. Okay, now it should yell at me when I do this. There we go. Okay, it's yelled at me. It has yelled at me. Cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. Data, blah, blah, blah. Well, we're not sending any headers. The weirdest thing is that this was working just fine. But now is failing. Okay, let's just swallow the error just for testing purposes. To figure out what the heck is going on here. So anywhere we have send. I don't want send. I want write. Okay. Yeah, because send is gonna be like, okay, you've sent it. Kill the connection. We're done. Yeah, we don't want send. We want write. This is SSE. This is not just a regular request. All right. I think it's happy now. In that case, let's go ahead and we'll remove the safety measure. Cool, cool, cool. So I don't like having try catches prematurely. I would rather the server crash horribly and be, like, be on fire, because then I know, I have to put a try catch there. Um, and I need to like handle that error. I don't know. This is just kind of the way we did things at Google. Just let it burn. Don't try to handle stuff that you don't know how to handle. I guess it's kind of like my mental model is that this will never fail. And if it fails, well, then I'll know why it failed because there'll be a log for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, see, kind of like that. Oh wait, did I ever build it? If it's still failing, then I don't know why it's failing. There we go. Okay, cool. Perfect. And you can see the new events coming in rather quickly because, there's a lot of, wow, that's a lot of events. Holy heck. So this is before optimization, right? This is gonna get pretty crazy pretty quickly. Now, what happens if I do like a lot? I'm guessing I'll get massive amounts of spam, just massive amounts. That's a lot. That's a lot of data. So what we can do is we'll just make it so that the clients are only updated with the current game state every like 200 millis just for this one particular game. And it'll just be like on a per game basis. Okay, but if we look at the CPU usage is still very low and totally manageable. In fact, let's open up HTOP here. It's handling it just fine. And if I open up a new client and join on this new client, I'm getting all the events, lots and lots of spam. Performance seems totally fine. The amount of bandwidth might be insane, but the performance is fine. So that's really good. That's the important part. Because we can always fix the bandwidth problem. Okay. So now let's go ahead and, well, I was gonna say let's go ahead and get a commit in, but if I do a commit now, then Dynamite will be broken. So I have to do this slightly differently. Maybe I'll do a feature flag. That way I can get it into the code, and then it will just be disabled and it will just do the regular thing unless the feature flag is there. Now, first of all, I want to get rid of this recursive partial because it's just not that useful. So there's a couple times that I use it, but TypeScript probably doesn't even. Okay, I mean, actually, okay, you know, somebody was asking, like, hey, why do you have this recursive partial? Well, I mean, it kind of knows. It knows it's going to be one of these fields. Because I said what it was. I said game session public, so... You know, I kind of do like the recursive partial after all. So I'm going to leave the recursive partial. Because it's actually kind of useful. All right, so this is the stuff. This is the part that needs to be changed. Yeah, once I get this code finished to this part, I'll be able to just rewrite this update statement to something that's going to be more efficient for SSE, and that it just won't work for the database. And then we can simplify the logic some. Recursive partial says that any of the properties the type of the argument contains might not exist. Yes. Yes. That's right. Yep. That's how it works. Everything is partial and optional. Because that's how it is in Firebase. If you have a path, you can say, you know, you say, like, okay, maybe this will help explain it a little bit better. So you see here, I'm saying what the type is, okay? I'm saying what it should be. It should be something of Canvas data, but because this is Firebase, all of the fields are optional. I can update one of the fields or all of the fields. So this is what I want. You know, I want to be able to specify either the index or the history or this or all of them or none of them. So that's why I want the recursive partial. All right, so we've done that. I didn't comment this as much as I normally comment, but I feel like, well, it's somewhat understandable because the methods are relatively small, like the ones that aren't commented. And I'll be deleting the code soon. Said every programmer ever before writing code that lasted for the next 10 years. Okay, so we've done that. All right. You know why I like writing comments so much? Is because in IntelliJ, these comments are green. And so I get lots of like green in my my day, right? You know, some people they look at plants that are very green. I just look at comments. And it's very soothing. What positions at work do I recommend to stay out of Scrum? Are the programmer's equivalent of touching grass? Absolutely. To stay out of Scrum, do you want to work at your own pace without subconsciously introducing the judgment of others? Your friend recommended you to become a business analyst? I've only been a coder, really. I mean, I've been like a team lead, and I've been like, like the lead programmer and stuff at like a small startup, or not really a startup, just a small company. So I can't really comment on non-programmer positions. Just because I've not really been in that environment. I try to avoid the politics of company culture. So I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else will have an idea. But I can totally understand why you want to stay out of Scrum. I find those like daily stand-up sessions not particularly useful. I think they're more useful for junior developers who do need that hand-holding and do need daily updates. But I think for more senior people, I don't think these daily progress updates are useful. If anything, it's just an annoyance or a hindrance. They're more useful when, if you don't have them, the person's not going to code, which I think is very true of a lot of junior developers. Not all junior devs, but most. Because they'll get stuck, and then they'll be afraid to ask for help because they don't want to feel like incompetent. They don't want to like show people that. And then they've got like imposter syndrome and stuff. So they just won't talk about it unless you proactively ask them. That's been my understanding. Okay, so we've got this. I don't think we ever use you. So let's just remove that. And now we can simplify this. Say that's rough string, value any. All right, so now we just have to handle it on the client. Easy peasy. How hard could it be? Code commitments are a requirement, so any other system will have this in some form. Your team's moved to Kanban. All it's done is push the why hasn't this been done conversation to quarterly planning. I wonder if that's any better. Because if it's like quarterly, then what if somebody's like spinning their wheels for an entire quarter? Then you're out an entire quarter of work, which is not great. All rooms. Okay, so we've got room.tsx. Right, it does the room stuff. Right, I want constants. Feature flags, all that jazz. SSE, let's just add it here. SSE, false. If true, enables server sent events instead of Firebase on the client and server. You have the feeling that other people's estimations have a subconscious influence on your psyche instead of working at your own pace? Um, hmm. I mean, you could find another company that doesn't do that, or another team. Though I think most places do some kind of thing. So, some is more formal, some is more informal. At Google, the teams I was on, it was usually fairly informal. There was like a weekly meeting with the manager, which is just like your direct manager, and then you'd have like maybe a monthly or bi-monthly or like every other month or less with like your manager's manager. So you'd have a meeting with them, which is very much just like, hey, how are things going? You know, oh, great. Oh, that's cool. That's really great. Any good book recommendations, etc. But with like your manager, the weekly meetings, which I found the most useful, they're like anywhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes or something, 15, 30 minutes. I don't know, somewhere around there. I don't remember exactly. Those were relatively useful. And I'd say those are pretty good, you know, just like a weekly checkup, make sure you're doing good. And then if they're just not getting codes done, then maybe a little more hand holding. But I've not really dealt with more formal Kanban stuff or Scrum stuff. SSE. Okay, so, okay. DB local state. Sounds like Creekburn really knows his stuff. Okay. Feature flags. So let's see, this is going to be SSE. If not, SSE return. All right, so we're just adding this feature flag to the client and the server. And yeah. Also, hello again, Führer. Welcome back. Okay, we've done that. So that's all good. Great stuff. So let's see. Use effect, this whole jazz. Okay, or feature flags dot SSE. If not feature flags. You got your backend built. What kind of backend are you working on? Feature flags. There's so many devs working on such cool stuff. All right, I got this. Okay. New events. Oh, right, yeah, because we haven't rebuilt the stuff. Okay, but this should be good, and it should all kind of disappear if SSE is, oh yeah, SSE is set to true. Let's make sure we're not committing anything that we shouldn't be, such as just like bugs. It would be nice if there was just like a little alert. Hey, the code you're about to commit has a bug in it. And sure, that's basically what tests are for, but you know what? Nobody wants to write tests. Except the people that do, but those people are wrong. GitHub Actions, kinda? Yeah. Something like GitHub Actions. I just want machine learning to write all of the unit tests. Dangerous update and dangerous set state. All that jazz is fine. Fine, fine, fine. All right, perfect. Was I working on front end or back end Android at Google? I was working on back end, specifically in performance. So I was doing a lot of Java code and I was looking at like ProGuard and stuff like that, trying to find areas to improve performance, whether that was reducing file size, reducing CPU usage, reducing memory usage, basically anything along those lines. So it was a lot of poking around, trying to find optimizations. And I optimized ProGuard so that it ran faster, which was pretty important because it was breaking like a bunch of builds at Google because they were timing out. And yeah, I'm the epitome of optimized. I think there's some people at Google who would just do far, above and beyond what I could ever think of, what I could ever dream of. There are people working on Google and they're like optimizing Google search itself. And those engineers are saving Google so much money. So much money. They save Google more in a year than they'll make in their lifetime. I think that is, those people are cool. Service sent events to the backend and broadcast. Sure. So we've done that. Git push. All right, so we've done that. Time for the client. Oh boy, here's where all of the stuff comes together. So first off, this type needs to be stuck somewhere more generic. Let's see, let's do this. Bum, bum, bum. Let's go to shared. This sounds like the exact right place it needs to be. Sounds like it needs to be here. Redux makes you sad? Oh my god, tell me about it. I don't use Redux. I use a much simpler, just like create global state kind of thing. So I just use it the same way you'd use set state. And it works just fine. I don't know why I'd ever want to use, I don't know why you'd ever want Redux. Let's see if I've got like a good example of some semi-complicated stuff I do with this. Yeah, something like this. So like here, for example, I create a global state and it's got all these different things in it, like color, has painted, size, cursor. And it's just this, like, it's like one file and I can listen on changes for any of these keys. And I can get and set them. Just like that. And now it works just like useState. Or instead of like useState, it's use this global state. Framework churn is why you hate web dev. It moves very quickly. Like, you don't even use the same thing 1 year to another. That's just how fast it moves. But I think once web technology slows down, then, you know, all the updates will slow down too. It's just, you know, it's still updating. It's still getting lots of iterations, lots of changes. And I agree 100% with Creekburn. All this iteration means you can build stuff very quickly because there's going to be lots of different tools available to you. Whereas in another language, you might have to write it yourself because nobody's taken the time to write it. Or if they have, it's some, you know, company and they're not sharing it. I think already perfect depends on your definition. Can you do anything in it? Yeah, you can. It's Turing complete. Should you do anything in it? I mean, it'll be fast, but you might spend 10 years where somebody else spends like 3 months. Okay, so let's see, we've got this export type. It's right there, it's broadcast. Oh. And now we have this database hooks thing. So basically, we're just doing something fancy schmancy here. Now let's see. Do I want to stick it here or do I want to stick it somewhere else? I think I want to stick it somewhere else. Maybe call it... All right, so let's do this. Use game room connection. Okay, we'll just say connect. Because that's what the same thing for Firebase. All right, cool stuff. And now we have this event source jazz. Let's just move all this out. Then we'll explain what this thing does. Connects to a server room for SSE events. Stores the data. The reason you dislike having so many libraries doing everything is that unless you dig through the source, you have no way of knowing whether the abstraction will work 100% of the time. I think the solution to that is just be real careful about your dependencies and try not to depend on everything. Don't pull in dependencies unless you need them, which I have not done a particular good job of because I have a lot of dependencies. I mean, I guess this is just like font awesome right here, but got a few things. But if I can use a library and not rewrite the thing, that's pretty powerful. Because that's time saved. The reason I don't use Redux is because Redux is too complicated for what it does. Okay, so there's a handful of things I need to think of here. So we've got use game session and all that other jazz. You're so intent on understanding Redux because the underlying concept is very simple, but something just isn't clicking. Yeah, the thing not clicking is that even though the underlying concept is simple, it's just a mess. I don't like it. Like this to me is more simple than Redux. And even this is still a little, like using it is very simple, but reading this is a little out there. But it's just like use states for the listeners. All right, so how do I want to do this? I guess I'll just do this the same way. Let's see, we've got use, game session, and all that other jazz. Your new favorite word is atomized. Redux atomizes state management. Sure. I just haven't found a reason why I would ever need Redux. Okay, so let's see. We've got this game room, got this initial state. Maybe I'll just say it's broadcast data. So we've got room and all that other jazz. All right, and now we have no events. And the data here is going to be broadcast data. So now I can just do set global state. I should comment this method more. You just wrote the sexiest way to ignore your demonic state machine? That's great. That's wonderful. Update global state. Yeah, update global state is what I want. That way I can just do like a partial. So this is just going to be data. And that's almost done. The only thing not done is that this also includes potentially an S. Oh, gotta put this at the end. All right, so update global states. So anything new that comes in from the server. Hi, NV, welcome back. We got the backend done. It's really hacky right now and very inefficient because like the server is just like broadcasting to all the users like, you know, tons of updates, but that's okay. We can work with that. We can always optimize. But this should still be way better than Firebase because it seems like it works. And it doesn't cause the whole database to go up to like 100% peak usage. So that's pretty cool. You're busy with college. How dare you learn? Oh, I think that's great. I don't like no need to apologize. Okay, so that's great. It's got this thingamabobber. But we also have this set. Wait, there's only ever a set. Oh, right, but it could be like a very specific path and this is still a set, but you gotta like, yeah. Okay, okay. So what are the times that we have a set? Literally anytime. That's really neat. Neato. Okay. Because the broadcast could be how am I doing? Pretty good. I'm just making the clients understand all of these updates from the server. I started streaming late. My apologies. Yes, I did. I procrastinated, and then it was like getting time for streaming, and I still hadn't like showered and exercised. So I did that really fast, and then I started streaming. So my apologies. I did start streaming late. Um, I'll try to do better next time. Okay, so we've got the rest, and we have the previous. Just gonna be get state. Okay, so what that does is it gets the current state, any of the new state that like overwrites it, it'll overwrite it. How many monitors am I working on? I'm working on this giant monitor here. It's just basically an LG OLED TV. And then I have an ultra wide over on my left. The ultra wide is so that I can see the stream chat and anything else I need. Because whenever I'm coding, the whole TV is just code. And you can only see 2/3 of this whole code thing, but there's more code to the right and more code on the bottom. Or typically the bottom is just this little like this thing. But then on the right there's like more terminal stuff, and that's where I see my files and stuff. So, you know, that's fun. Okay, so we have to patch the new states with any S sets. And that's basically just the same darn way that DB local state works. Real simple, like. So we have a reference and we have a value. I'm just gonna be like any pipe null. And other than that, we have but this isn't quite the same, is it? We have to convert the ref. Because on the server, the ref is going to be the whole path, like the actual path. But we don't want that. Well, let's see what we have so far, and then we'll work with that. Okay. Patch the new state with S, oh, all that jazz. So if S, then that means we have to do the set state thing. Or maybe I should just like How about set new state? Just so it doesn't get confused. Actually, I'm going to move the state to the first thing because it's essentially like a this pointer. So I think that makes more sense. Because that's the thing that we're changing. And normally I don't write methods that mutate anything that's being passed into them. That's kind of like a code smell. But this does need to be fast, so I don't think it's the end of the world here. Okay, and now we just update the global state with this thingamabobber. And to me, that's just so much simpler than Redux, right? In Redux, you'd have to do all this fancy schmancy stuff and write a bunch of code. But here you just say, hey, these are the things in my state that I want changed. So update it. I don't know, to me that makes a lot more sense. And now we can expose some things. So like, let's see. Oh wait, I did that wrong. There we go. So before it was use game session, you had to pass in the game session ID. You don't gotta do that no more. You just don't gotta do that no more. Although there was an equality function. Let's see, what's the best way to deal with the equality function? Maybe use memo or something? That's the one nice thing about Redux is it has this use selector. But I think they can get around it by just having a use memo or something. Maybe not. Don't know. Maybe not use memo. There's something. What was it? You're heading off? All right, take care. I will have a good day, seeing as how it is the morning over here. This is one part where Redux is nice, is that it has like this thing where you can have listeners that only update or that only get re-rendered when the equality function changes, and I have not implemented that in my really simple thing. I guess eventually I could, but for now I don't. Just don't have it. Alrighty, but what I can do is get somewhat close. Performance might not be as amazing, but let's just say use SSE game session public. Hmm. Oh, right. Because that returns this. Doesn't have a setter. There we go. I wonder if I even need this. I probably do. Oh, right. It thinks it's conditional even though it's not. It's always called in the same order. This is a constant. What I can do is I can do this. Make it as const, so now it's read-only. So it's an error to change it. Maybe that'll be enough for the compiler to be happy. Right, because now it's more specific. I see. Well, I have an idea. Let's just do this. Key in, key of, to a Boolean value. Oh, but you don't really want that. Okay, maybe just that. Yeah, don't need to say it's, yep, that works. Alrighty. I wonder if they'll be happy now. I wonder if it understands. I don't think it understands yet what the type is here. Yeah, it still thinks it's a Boolean, even though it's not. Oh, now it's smart enough. So it understands it's a read-only. I could suppress it. All right, and basically I just have to do that for all these other things. All right, here we go. Private game state. That's another fun one. All right, there we go. We got that thing going. SSE private game states. Way simpler. Great stuff. And now let's do the next one. public game state. Oh, here's another one. Let's add it here. Use SSE public game state. Imagine if you had like a brain link interface where you could code faster than your hands could type. That would be cool. Yeah, I wonder how many years away we are from something like that. Or I wonder if it'll ever happen, or if like, surely it would happen, right? Just like start coding at the speed of light or something. So game state, all that jazz. A Neuralink? Yeah, something like Neuralink. You actually think that AI supported code will be faster than that and more accurate? Possibly. I mean, there's already that GitHub Copilot, right? I think Yavuz recommended that I try Copilot a while ago, and I tried it. It's very interesting. I agree 100%. But I don't know, it was a little confusing for me because it kept kind of like getting in the way of my thought. For some of these things, though, it could be really good. I'll give it a try again later. My main issue with it is just that, you know, it'll add all these comments or whatever, right? For its code that it wants to add. And I just, if I had like a toggle for it, which there's probably one, I just haven't really looked for it, then I think it could be really useful. Yeah, it's really cool. I've tried it before. I think in a few years it could be really good. Okay, use SSE public game state. Cool, okay, done with that one. Public game state user. Oh, this is the public game state for a particular user? Okay. Is that ever actually used? Oh, it is. Okay, then. Why is that even a thing? I use it in a single place in Paint Job. How about, like, let's just not do that then. Oh, because it's public game state for the user. Oh, yeah. Because of the way paint job works. Right. You're writing a switch for DNS replies and it auto-built most of the record types for you, which is mostly boilerplate. Yeah, I find it's really good at boilerplate. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. I can't wait to see what it's like in the future. Maybe what I can do is this. We'll do it like that, and then it'll be like this, and then it'll be like this, and we'll have a left, and we'll have a right. Is loaded left. Okay, so let's see, what have we got here? So left users, the current user ID. Oh, right. Well, to do, let's see, so this needs to be is equal is true if current user ID not, wait. Not current user ID or all this. Now that looks ugly. I guess that's okay. Okay, now I just have to make sure I didn't break paint job, and then I think this is basically done, and now there's no more use public game state. This is deletable. Yes, less code. That was such a niche use case that I just delete it. Delete it, get it out of here. Okay. Time for the moment of something. This is kind of like a moment of truth, except less truthy because it probably will break. What? Oh gosh, fiddlesticks. Oh, right, yep. Yep, that would break. Yep. 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 This is what I mean. I broke it. Okay, that's pretty easy fix though. Just do that. Dot users. Or we don't even know if it exists. And that's current user ID. There. Oh, it's literally only used for this one use edge case? Okay, great. Or this one thing? Cool. Well, let's just like move it closer to where it's used. Great. And now we can simplify this. Okay. I have no idea what will happen here. So let's just run it and see. Okay, well, whoa. Well, something happened. What? So we've got new events. Oh, you know what it was? I know exactly what happened. We need to replace this usage with use um room, use game room connect or something. And then we just delete all that. All right, let's see what happens. Well, that's neat. So this is not on Firebase. This is from SSE. So now if I do this, what happens? Does everything die horribly? Yes, it does. Why is it object token? There's a massive number of these and it's all object is token. What on earth? Well, it actually got somewhere though. Like, it got farther than I expected before breaking absolutely horribly. Okay, data.token. Console log, new events, data. The hell? Oh, that would do it. Right, because it's token. Wait, what? This code doesn't make any sense. Oh, it needs to be new state. Okay. So I click start game. Let's just say 1. All right, so it's working. It's getting all these new events. So let's see, we've got private game state, nothing. Okay, we've got users. We have no users and no actual public game state. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Because when the game session is first made, you don't have any of that info. So if I were to, for example, make a new window here and join it, this was the thing that we didn't set. Remember that fix me? That's what was this. That's what this was. Yeah, see, okay, so this is the current state of the game. Once I actually implement it, so this is what it looks like. So it's working. This is coming in from SSE. And we are getting all the updates, it's just that I'm not applying the updates currently. Yay, progress. So I think once I get this done and working, I will maybe deploy it after doing some testing with the feature flag turned on so that you can test it out and see what the performance is like. So maybe see how laggy it is now with 50 bots. See if you feel the lag. And then, well, maybe not yet. Not yet. When I'm a little closer to deploying, maybe test then. Just so you can like feel the difference. Because I suspect there will be a difference. Even in this extremely inefficient state where it just like broadcasts mega packets. Mega packets are a bit like a megapint, but more packety. So let's see. Okay, set state. Patch the new state with any S sets. Yes. All right, so how do I do this? It would be really simple if we had this thingamabobber. Because this is relatively simple. There's a bit of like, it's not even recursion. But because the paths we have don't match the paths in the ref, this gets a little funky. Voodoo-y. So we've got game session public, private game state, all that jazz. I have an idea. Well, it's an idea. Yeah, let's try it. It's not perfect, but it will work. Instead of set new state, let's just do like oh no, that's not gonna work. I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just build up the new state based on this one set, and then I'll just apply it to the old set or old state. But that's not really gonna work. What I could do is say that old state equals this. And of course, you know, keep in mind this is all like reference equality and stuff. And so I'm not going to do like a deep copy, just like moving some references over. So if I do this, I could say that this is game sessions. Oh, but see, I don't even know what the game session ID is. So this is still weird. But I do know that it starts with, I know what it starts with. I know we've got this thing. And what I can do is I can say slice 2. And maybe I won't do that yet. Let's just do it like this. If parts bracket 0 not is equal to game sessions, return. And console.warn. Received unexpected ref. Oh no, the world is breaking. Arr. Okay. So we'll do that. So our old state. What is our old state? Let's just say it's like this game session thingamabobber. Let's see, what's the most outermost thingamabobber that I have here? Game session. This is exactly what I want right here. So this is going to be a game session. So now we can say like what the game state is and all that other jazz, and we can base it off of what we currently have. Great stuff. We don't handle others for, yeah. Okay, let's try this. I do need to handle other though, because I'm pretty sure paint job, for some unknown reason, uses other. Yeah. It uses it for the canvases and also the cursors. That needs to be rewritten. All right, we're almost done with this, I think. So we have game states, public, private, the user ID. I almost feel like the server should... Nah, I'll handle this on the client for now. But the server should simplify this. It's wasting data. All right, we'll just say that. And Here we go. So now I have the old state. And now we can just iterate over the thingamabobber and it'll be good. Okay, so let's see. We've got game sessions, that's 0. Game session ID, game states, private users. Wait, gotta do that again. Okay, game sessions, game session ID. Game state is the 3rd, private is the 4th, users is the 5th, 6th is the user ID. So that's 5. Okay, so there we go. Now we've patched that, and now we can do the same thing as we do on the server. And then we have to go back around and update the other thing. Okay. Bit messy. Would be nice to simplify this code. As soon as I get away from the real-time database, I can simplify it. Anyways. All right, so now we just do this whole thing and basically copy paste this. If not part in state ref. Yeah, that's right. And then we do that, and then now the state is updated. And at this point, we don't know if like our public and users and all that jazz is still the same. So we have to just update our old state with this new old state. Maybe call this current state. Object is possibly undefined. That's just simply impossible. Which part of this is undefined? Private? That's simply impossible. I guess it's possible. Okay. You know what? We'll just do this, fine. The reason it's possible is because of this thing. I'm a bobber. Okay. I just won't trust anything then. Julio's. Alrighty, and that'll work. And that should be good, I think. It's weird. It's wild and wacky. Let's test it out. Yeah, that works really great. It's blank. That's really cool. Cool story. Glad we had this talk. Why is it like this? It hates me. The code hates me. Set new state. If S. Oh, I figured out why. It's because I didn't slice. Oh, I sliced it here, but I didn't slice it like that. And now it should work. So game sessions, game session ID, game state. Let's just do this. Parts bracket. So 0, 1, 2. Parts bracket 3. It's private. Just to be a little more exact. This is so hacky. I can't wait. Once we're away from the. Oh wow! Look at that! Wow, it's actually doing stuff. Wow, that's amazing. The bomb's not exploding. Well, some of it works. All right, let's go ahead and simplify what all we see here. Okay, so there's lots of set new states going on. I can see lots of stuff. We're getting close though, like, we're seeing some movement. We're seeing more movement than Ninja. That's for sure. Let's see. Patch the new state with any S sets. Or actually, maybe we're seeing about the same. Okay. All right, let's see what's going on. Man, this SSE stuff better be worth it. Okay. So state ref parts. Game sessions is blar to blar 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 to blar. Okay. Game state public users bot. And then after that comes state ref, which is this thing. State ref to value. So that bot underscore 0, set it to the new value. It seems like it's updating. Although, even though it's updating, we are using the same ref, and so the reference equality is the same. So it's the same object, and don't update because it's the same thing. All right, fine, let's do this. Let's see. Set new state. Okay, so this happens. I need to know which of these are dirty. Okay, how do I know which one's dirty? That's tough. So if part in state ref, Yeah, that's tricky. Actually, really tricky. Like, one thing I could do is I could have an extra thing. I could have current state, and I could have, like, dirty state. And this is basically just like name states, public is not dirty, private, users, not dirty. And not dirty. Tracks parts of the state that have become dirty. Because these need a new reference. And how do we solve that? We just iterate it at the same time the other one gets iterated. So then if I think we just do it here. Yeah. Because there's no need to check it otherwise. Because otherwise the whole thing will get rewritten and it'll be a new reference anyways. So this is the only time we care. So if dirty ref bracket part is false, dirty ref bracket part equals true. I think that'll work. And then I can do this. I mean, it works, I think. That's how referential equality works. All right, and then this is going to be game state private. That could actually be made a function. Yeah, that's a little simpler. Just a tiny little bit, like, one line here and there. Great stuff. There we go. All right, so that will make a shallow copy. How about make copy of 30? All right, let's see if that works. Some wild and wacky stuff here. Ah, fiddlesticks. Hmm. So some of it was dirty and was changed. The odd thing is that only some of it is being updated. This other one's not getting dirty. Okay, instead of Matt doing this, let's log here. Actually, I'm going to try something. Can I debug this? Because that would be great. All right, I'll be right back. All right, time to debug this. Ah. Yeah, that doesn't debug very well, does it? Okay, now we're ready to update our states. Hi, Bruno. Glad you like the music. Yeah, I like this one. This is a pretty good one. You're dancing at work? Heck yeah. That's how to do it. So first, let me try this, just to see if this magically works. So this is suboptimal. Ah. It actually looks like something is one off here. Let's do this. State is going to be this. 30. I think it's one off. I think that's what's happening. Oh, I see. Why did I leave Google? I left Google for a number of reasons. Um, the main one being I wanted to work full-time remote, and they wouldn't let me. This was before the pandemic. Um, and like there's some smaller reasons. I wanted to try doing things on my own, see if I could like make it on my own. Because I like freedom. I want to just do what I want to do when I want to do it. I like working hard, but I want to work on my own hours. And Google doesn't really, well, I mean, they wouldn't let me work remote. Honestly, I'd probably still be there if they let me work remote. And I've gotten offers from like Facebook and Amazon for a fully remote position, but I'm just not looking yet. Maybe sometime in the future I might be interested, but not right now. But yeah, Google's a great place to work. Very comfy lifestyle. Um, yeah, they take care of you. And the code is beautiful. I think that was one of my favorite things there is everybody's so smart. And the code that they write is just incredibly beautiful. Remote work is your first preference now too? Heck yeah. Okay, so I think I found the issue. Parts, the last parts, so that's going to be users. So state ref, which we have, which is a state thing here. It doesn't have users. So bracket key equals value. Let me add a few more things here. One more question, why not VS Code? I get this question a surprisingly large number of times. My question for you, why not IntelliJ? The reason I don't use VS Code is because I'm used to IntelliJ. I'm used to the key bindings, I'm used to the layouts. I used it at Google for 3.5 years, and I like it a lot. VS Code is a solid choice, but I'm an IntelliJ fan. It does everything I need it to. Usually. Okay, so after this update, which is going to be bot_0 for game state public users. So the position should be just like that. And about over here, we've got game state as well. Cold? Yeah, it's cold in here. I turned the AC on and so now it's cold. Hi, I need. How's it going? What are we doing? We're working on Funi. Specifically, I'm working on slowly replacing the real-time database because Firebase isn't scaling to what I want. I want to be able to have, lots and lots and lots of players, and there's a lot of packets going on in Dynamite because you've got to update all the player states. Eventually, I want to support 1,000 players, and Firebase is struggling to handle 50. So my solution is to use SSE, which is basically like a dumbed down socket.io. And so yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. SSE is very easy to implement. The thing I'm struggling with right now is that the Firebase real-time database API for making changes to the different contents of this giant JSON object is to have like a string with forward slashes that separate it. And I'm just trying to like coax the client and the server to both kind of like send data between the two that kind of matches the same thing. And then once I do that, I'll, pull Firebase out of the equation and then I'll simplify the API again. I don't need to do it this way, but it's the way I'm doing it. And then once we finish that, I'll get back to working on the new flat theme. So like if you go to Funi right now, it's this theme. And we're also working on a flat theme, which still has a long way to go. But you can kind of get an idea of the difference here. So that's what I'm working on. So this actually looks like it's working. The key is bot_0. State ref, bot_0. It's updating. Update global state, the new state. It seems like it should work. What am I using on the front end? Angular? No, 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 no. This is React. A whole bunch of functional components. For the theme, I'm using MUI. It's this thing. Basically just MUI core. This is what I'm using. Yeah, this thing. I really like this one. And between Angular, Vue, and React, I obviously prefer React because it's what I use. Other things, I'll use Phaser for like the rendering engine, although that can be replaced with Pixie.js. I use TypeScript, a lot of Firebase stuff. In the backend, it's Kubernetes with like an ingress for load balancing between the, the cluster. That's fun. All right, so we've got the state stuff going on here. Different parts, references, all that jazz. So the last reference is going to be to that. Right, the last ref. Yeah, I would have expected this to update. Oh, right, yeah, this is bot_0, and then it updates. And it updates because I've got this ref. So that's all good. That should be updating. Maybe my issue is this update global state isn't doing what I thought it did. But it has to. It's the only thing that makes sense. Because it's essentially the same thing as doing this. And yet it's not happy and it doesn't like updating. Why? Let's see, so first thing is we've got this dirty state. And then says public is dirty, game state public. Wait, that's not right at all. The dirty isn't right on this. Has some difference between pure React and React within Next.js. I haven't used Next.js, so I can't really comment on that. So I'm not really sure what your question is there. So why is it saying that public here? Let's see. And maybe this will help. So it's iterating over state ref, going key by key. All right, so it goes game states, public, game objects. Game states. Public. Oh, I figured out why. That's because I need to do this. Dirty ref equals dirty ref. Bracket part. That should fix it. But it's not going to solve the updating because for some reason the rest is still broken. But at least now the dirty field will be correct. Well, obviously I can't do dirty rough. The snow needs to be dirty state. So is dirty, do that, else do this. So let's see, the main thing is that in Dynamite, we have the updater, public game state. It's really all it uses, that in the game session. But that mainly it's just public game state. So how's public game state work? Just use SSE public game state. I think I might see the issue. Well, I mean, that should be right. Let's see, so that's a function that when I call the function, it calls use global state and returns the 0th element. Yeah, it's a function that returns the result of calling, yeah. So that's a hook. That should be fine. Just to make sure, let's try this. Use SSE. State. Okay. So let's just call it directly, see if it still breaks horribly awfully. I suspect that it will break horribly awfully. And if it does, then we will be in a right pickle. Okay, we're in a right pickle. Why is it doing this? Dirty ref is undefined. Oh, yeah, because of course dirty ref will be undefined. Okay, so now we do the set here, public users bot. It should now be false there, but public did change. Okay, so now that's working. But we're still not getting in here. All right, let's see. So it's definitely causing re-renders. So if this is causing re-renders, then why is it not updating? Set new state, update, render, render, render. Let's see. Dynamite game area. So what is going on with this? Public game state. Oh, I see. It's getting the users, the map, the game objects, and the map width, and then it's using reference equality again for all these use effects. But yeah. Okay, that's an easy fix. Okay, so let's see. So you see it's failing here because we're doing a shallow copy. So that means that the reference of this outer object will change, but the inner stuff will stay the same reference. If I do a deep clone, then all of that will change. And I'm just trying to think, do I want everything there to change? Or no? I'm not really sure. I think I do. I think I want everything to change. So instead of being a shallow copy, I think that should be a deep copy. And that'll update all of the references all the way down. Yay. But why am I green? So it's working. This is SSE. This is not Firebase. Same exact API as Firebase, but it's not Firebase. Yeah, you can see that it's total. Wait, no. Yeah, there's definitely some things that are a little finicky um with it, but it is working. Okay, what about 50? Is 50 enough to cause latency with Firebase? Like, do you notice it lagging at all? Right now, the main slowdown is from all of the console being written. I don't know why I'm green all of a sudden. I guess I'm green, dabba-dee, dabba-die. Except that's for blue. And I'm green. I'm like a gnome. I'm like a gnome. I got good gnomes. Okay. Let's try this. But why am I green? Why green? I think the latency is a lot better, actually. Yeah, it's like immediate. Oh, fudge. Yeah, I think this is better. I think it's like way faster. Doesn't have any issues doing 50. Let me see what the performance is like. HTOP. The server is running locally at so little CPU usage that I don't even notice it running. How's the memory pressure? Very low, 1.9%. Okay, that's great. You know what? Let's try it. Let's try 1,000. You know, let's do it. So I remember when I tried 1,000 on the current site, it just completely broke. It was just awful. It failed at like 200. So let's try it out. Here we go. So shared. Let's change this back to 1,000. Oh God. You know what? Maybe I should make it like conditional on if you're using SSE. Let's see. A creative name for a new project. It's script to manipulate the GitHub graph. Okay, I've got a great name. GitHub graph manipulator. I don't know. I'm terrible with names. Okay, so we've got that. Let's see. Featured flags dot SSE or feature flags. Then 1,000 else 50. Remix you later. What was the inspiration for Funi? Literally, what I did is I went on one of those like sites where you can buy domain names. And then I scrolled through until I found a name that I liked. And that's the name. Funi. So we bought the domain for Funi. And then we literally spent like a year and a half getting this subreddit. A year and a half. Yeah, Yahweh, that's how we got Funi. And the way that we got this one here, the subreddit, was there was this guy and he wasn't using the subreddit. And then we tried getting it and we got declined because he changed it from like private to public just to keep his subreddit. He was sweating on like, 100 some odd subreddits. Anyways, he eventually got permabanned from Reddit, and then we were able to get the subdomain or the subreddit. True story. That's what happened. It took like a year and a half. I just kept checking like every month to see. So the Funi is not only your. I co-founded it with a friend, and so he manages like finding people to do the images and the stuff that I can't do. I'm a coder. I code. I know what my strength is, and I focus on that. I'm not good at art. I'm not good at sound. I'm not good at music, so I outsource that. All right, so this is exciting. We're gonna try with 1,000. I don't even know how to count that high. Okay. So let's see, we changed it there. We have to go to Dynamite Config, change it here. This is kind of exciting. I'm sure it's gonna blow up and explode spectacularly at 1,000 if real people start playing, just because that means you've got 1,000 updates for all these players. Multiply that by 1,000 players, and you've got like 1,000,000 updates. Like, oh my god, that's so many. That's so many. And people are doing multiple updates a second, so you're talking about millions of updates a second. And with the current bloat in the network logic, you're sending across like 100, megabytes of data every second at least. So that's bad. That'll kill a server. But we can optimize it. I can do some batching and some magic stuff on Dynamite's end to cut that by like 2 orders of magnitude, I think, and that'll make it playable. Yeah, I mean, we gotta make it fast, right? I've gotta honor my time at Google by not making something completely slow. You're just starting coding, but that code looks big. Oh no. Wait, which code? Is it on AWS? No, this is running on Kubernetes on GCP, or on Google's cloud platform. Yeah, there's a lot of code to Funi. This is tens of thousands of lines of code. It's a 2-year project. I wish it was less code. If it was like 5 lines of code, then I could probably be reasonably sure there were no bugs in the code. But unfortunately, it's a little bit more than that. Just a few lines. Okay, so we've got this Dynamite config. Let's check out the Dynamite index on the server. Okay. Whatevs, I'm just gonna do this, YOLO. If somebody wants to blow up the server, oh no, you know what, maybe that's probably... Let's, fine. Let's just do this. Const max players. Feature flags dot SSE 1,000. Else, not that many. Great stuff. Coolios. Super duper cool. Even when you do desktop apps, you don't write that much. That's probably because you're a better coder and you can write less code to do more. What extensions do I use? What do you mean extensions? Like plugins for IntelliJ or extensions where exactly? Like hair extensions? I don't wear hair extensions. Okay, so we've now made it where the client and the server are happy dappy and will allow up to 1,000 players. Dun dun dun. Get ready for something to explode. Gonna blow a gasket here or something. And I don't even know what that means. Twitter. I have a Twitter, but I haven't really set up like yeah, yeah. Let me I'll get back to you on that, okay? I'll rewrite my Twitter a little tiny bit and then I'll put it on here, okay? But I don't really use Twitter a whole lot. I'm not big on the whole social medias. I'm too old for that. No, I'll start using Twitter at some point. Okay, so oh God. Well, this blew up the old server, okay? This was completely unusable for many reasons. Seems like it still blows up the client though. Does it blow up the server? Well, it blows up the client. Oh wait. Cannot read properties of undefined dangerous update. This did not blow up the client. This blew up the server. What the hey who happened? Undefined. Reading dangerous update. That's impossible. That is not a possibility. DB local state and dangerous update. That's simply impossible. What languages do I use for this project? I use TypeScript and Bash and English. That last one is optional. So yeah, mostly I just use Bash and TypeScript. Bash I only use for like the deploy scripts, right? So mostly TypeScript. So what in the hey who's happening here? So DB local state at line 110. This dot dangerous update. Wait, this failed? How is that even possible? Cannot read properties of undefined. This was undefined. Oh, I know why. So I did this thing and I was being clever. And you know what the problem is with being clever? You don't want to be clever. Let's see, not sure if you're aware of this, but if you're not logged in and go to the checkout, the component just keeps loading indefinitely. Okay, I will fix that then. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I was definitely not aware of that. Let's see, checkout keeps loading if you're not signed in. Yeah. What's supposed to happen is you're supposed to see like this message saying that you can't check out because you don't have an account. You gotta register first. Let's see. Oh, the PayPal doesn't load. Ah, okay. I'll get that fixed. Thanks. Yeah, this happens if you're not logged in because we don't want you to buy something if you can't actually buy it. It's not connected. It's not connected. Odd. Oh no, it broke. Oh wait, no. That was me not logged in. It did brokes. It broked. Why did it broked? I'll get it fixed. Because this was connected for a while. A long while. Let's see. What in the hee-hoo? Oh wait, maybe control F5? What? Alright, I'm gonna fix this now. Take care, Yavuz. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I wonder why this broke. Oh, this broke because I'm not logged in. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, it's a bug. Yeah, okay. All right. Here I was, thinking like, oh, I'm signed in on Funi.com. If it's not an incognito, it'll work. And I didn't even bother checking in the top right to see if I was actually logged in. Yeah, it works great. Cool. All right. All right, yeah, I'll get that bug fixed. I was freaking out. I was like, oh no, people can't buy any gems. But no, it's just a small bug. All right, cool. Okay. Righto. So anyways, yeah, that's what I was doing. So you see this really clever thing? This doesn't work. This doesn't work because it's not bound. Like I'd have to do like this bind. And at that point, that's just ugly. Super duper ugly. So I'm not doing that. Let's do it this way instead. If feature flags.sse, this else, this. This is what happens when you try to get too cute with your code. So if it's then we'll do that like that. And then if it's like this, then we'll do this. Easy as that. Dangerous update. Also, I have got a question. So are people happy with PayPal for the gem thing, or should I use Xsola or something? I'm just curious what people want. Basically, if you're not familiar with it, Xsola is what Twitch uses. So whenever you buy bits and stuff on Twitch, you're using Xsola, and Xsola accepts like a bunch of different payment methods. All right, so anywho, you don't like PayPal just because it takes a lot of percent. Fair enough. Yeah, it does. Normally I like Stripe. That's just kind of my go-to. PayPal's a bit odd to actually implement and get working. Anywho, let's rerun the build. Oh, right. Moment of truth. Number 2. Can I play with 1,000 bots? If I can, that'll be cool. Xsola is easier for older people. That sounds great because I am an older people, so that means it'll be easier for me to implement it. All right, here we go. 1,000 bots. Oh God. I see. I don't know if it's loading. Oh no, it's not. Okay, wait. What? What happened? Why is it not happy with me? I broke everything. I broke everything. Oh no. Wait, seriously though, what happened? Ah, I see. Okay. So what happened is I broke it. I think that's what happened. Yeah. Oh, this is neato. There's this little WebSocket thingamabobber here. So we can see like, oh God. Ah. Oh yeah, you want to see something fun? I think Firebase is having a field day right now because I think this is actually trying to do some insane stuff. This is so useful though, because check it out. I can actually see what's going on the wire for Firebase, real-time database. This is what it's sending constantly. It's like, it's sending all of this data, all of this. So it sends a whole reference, the whole darn thing. You know, I mean, at least it's using a single character here, but like, holy Jabibus, that's really expensive. Anyways, that's a ref. And that's what it does. Just like that, that's Firebase for you. Whole bunch. Holy jabibus. Here I was doing something inefficient, thinking, ah, I will make it inefficient. And then, well, it'll still probably be better than Firebase. And it is. It actually is. Because of the way that Firebase implements this, it actually is. Holy heck. No wonder it can't scale. To be fair though, like, what else are you gonna really do? They're efficient as far as, like, generic data goes. Okay, so it's just like a whole bunch of updates to a whole bunch. In fact, they're probably going to be more efficient at some of this for sure. Yeah, yeah, like this here. This is more efficient, I think. Anyways, that should be really awful and horrible. Did I break Firebase though? Yes, absolutely yes. Because that's what I'm doing right now is breaking Firebase. So if I check the real-time database and I go to usage and I go to last 60 minutes, you'll see, oh, 1%. Oh, that's not too terrible. Oh God, what is this? It's slowing down. Oh, you can't see it. It's in my console. So I just crashed the game and now the game is over. Although you can't see it, but it is. It's over because Firebase broke. And that's just what happens. Firebase does not like this much. It is too much. Firebase just goes, ah, what are you doing to me? Stop, please. So what do I do? Let's do this. If it is SSE, do a dangerous update, else that, yeah, that sounds good to me. That sounds like what I want. Dangerous update if SSE. So that should be true. That should be fine. It should be fine, and it should be happy, and it should be building just fine. Just rebuild. Get back to the server, npm run build. Yeah, you know, I bet a lot of people, they probably go to the shop to buy gems, and then like, oh, it's broken because they're not signed in. So yeah, definitely need to fix that ASAP. Also need to make it easier to even realize that you can buy gems because a lot of people don't even know. Okay, npm run build. Start this up. All right, we got this running. Coolios. It's working and running. Let's just test with one. Ah, that's very not fixed. How is it not fixed? First off, we can simplify this. Go to a little bit here. Dangerous update. And then it goes in here to the broadcast. And if not SSE, return. All right, let's figure out what's going on. Debugger time. It's like a superpower. Okay, this is just, oh, here we go. Feature flags, SSE. What? Oh. I think I know why. Because the server is always prod. That's what it is. The server is prod. It should be dev, but the server is always prod. Okay. Maybe someday I'll fix that. For now, let's just do this. Let's see, can I see a really fun super vertical graph? I really like it when it's super vertical. Oh, got a little bit up there. 2%. It would be way worse if I did 200 though, because you just see it go like vavoosh. In fact, I think if I do this, maybe you can see the little peak where I was testing before doing SSE and Firebase just went blah. Yeah, see this right here? This 100%? That was me in a single room on Firebase, sending a lot of updates. But that's what happened. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this and start it up. Alrighty, it is started up. Test with 1. Okay, 1 is happy. Test with a few more than 1. Oh god. Oh no. Come on, client, you can do it. Well, okay, the client is dying. Oh no. The client can't handle the power. We have to optimize the client some more. The client is dead. Was well, the server seems okay, but the client is just completely dead. The client did not like that. Okay. Let's just close out of that. Let me think. I have an idea. I have a plan. Let's just not send the updates to the client. Like, we'll send the updates, but then we'll have the client just drop them on the floor and not process it. Because at least then, we can keep the server busy. So like, okay, let's just start with 200. Let's start with something easy. Because I was playing 200 before, it was fine. Okay, we're playing 200. That's great. Oh no, node is up to 1% CPU. Oh gosh, oh no. Oh, actually, yeah, 1%. That's kind of a lot, given that there's a few cores on this machine. But let's see, how much worse does it get with 2 players? Probably a lot worse. One thing is for darn sure. The client performance here is garbage. Oh, maybe that's because of all these new set new state console logs. Maybe that's why the client completely died earlier. Okay, let's undie the client here. Okay, client has become undied. That's really great, because when a client is died, then that's not good. It's very ungood. Okay. I mean, performance is still not amazing. Performance seems not very good at 200 on the client. I think the server's okay, but the client is really struggling here with all the data that the server's sending it. But yeah, the server's handling it just like a champ. Okay, let's make it doubly bad. Let's see. So I'm expecting the server. Well, okay, my client is like just completely dead. Yeah, Firefox can't handle 2 of them. What the heck? Oh no. I got kicked because the client wasn't responding. But this is the client not responding. The server seems fine. Wait, what happens with 1,000 again? So with 1,000, the end node gets a little up there. 4% CPU, 11% at times. But the client is just too slow. Okay, let's do this. Let's just only keep the initial state and not do any updates to that. Let's see, that's a little bit boring to look at. Can I get anything more exciting? But one thing about SSE is, unfortunately, the browser tools just don't support it as well as WebSockets. All right, so seems to be working. I think. I'm just not handling the stuff on the client. I should see some kind of response on the server side. Where's my CPU usage? Should be really high. Oh, it's not sorted. Oh, it is high. It's a 4%. There it is. Yeah, so with 1,000 updates, the CPU does pick up a little bit, but we can optimize that. All right, cool stuff. So it works. Is there anything that doesn't work? Let's see. Let's go back to the set new state. Let's see the end of game rewards. So 1,000 is still a terrible idea. Maybe we can up it to 100 though. Wait, where am I? Oh. Yeah, I think we can up it to 100 just fine. Oh yeah, the latency is going to be way improved too. This isn't just about like playing with more. It's playing with more and way lower latency. Okay. So you can see all the data coming in. This is how much data is coming in for 100 people. Yeah, definitely not optimal, right? This could be way reduced. Just, there's so much excess here to trim down. But I'll up it to 100 with this. And that should be fine. Okay, let's do like a real game real fast just to see what happens. Because I don't know if this will be used for all games or only... No, of course it wouldn't be. Well, what happens? Maybe it would actually. I know some stuff gets... Okay, so joining room, I didn't get it. Oh, but this is only for a sentence. Okay. Okay, so it actually is sending the data. So this is... Okay, this is... Wow, this is way faster. Jesus, that's so much faster. Yeah, wow, because this is a skilled bot. Oh. Yeah, I was wondering how it was so fast because I know locally my machine learning thing is slow, but on the actual server it's really fast. I have no idea why. So let's see. Is there anything else we need to do? Oh yeah, how's Funny Flippers on this? So before, it would sometimes get slow. I wonder how it is now. Also, I can't wait for this flat theme to be done. This will be cool. Okay, so locally, let's just run 100. Oh, it was weird. Okay, before, it would stall every once in a while. Seems kind of cool. Whoa. Okay. This is probably the best experience I can see right now to compare the two. Okay, so let me just like pull this up here. Okay, we'll just make it a little smaller, you know, like a little mobile version, right? Because Funi supports mobile to some degree. All right, now let's just go to Funi.com and let's compare. All right, so if I play with 100, all right. So we're waiting. Okay. Oh, I've got audio on here. Let me mute that. Okay. I think it's definitely smoother on the left. I think it's smoother on the left. On the right, every once in a while, it'll like kind of pause for a sec. Am I running end to end? What do you mean end to end? So locally, this is just local, local host. So it's gonna be a little unfair because on the remote, you know, this is like the remote server calling out to Firebase and then the user connecting to Firebase. One thing to check is from the time I make my churn, it was basically immediate. I don't remember if I optimized that on the client or not, though. I love this game. I do too. Tony Flippers is so much fun. It's virtually instant still. That's so fast. Oh, wow. I earned a Foony Flipper and I got an item. Oh, I got Foony Flippers. Yay. Okay, well, this game has taken a while. This is what happens when you play with 100 gazillion bots. You want to? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, you want this item too? They just level up. That's all you need to do. Or I guess you have to get an achievement for that one. I feel like it's faster on the left. It still works. Okay. How can I more accurately test this without being actually accurate? Let's do this. Okay, we've got local and remote here. Let's just play with 50 because that's the limit remotely. Okay. Now, for some reason I'm orange. I don't know why the heck I'm orange. It seems kind of funky to me. Wait, oh god, what happened? I saw a red message. No, bad console. Oh god, there's so many events. Yeah, just wait until we have music. That'll be cool. I will say though that it feels smoother on the right. So I think whatever I did for updating um, probably needs to be rethought. Seems like a party. Yeah, this is with 50 bots. Why are there like a gazillion booms going on the left? Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Something funky is going on with the state. So it's not quite perfect. I don't know why it's doing this, but it's faster. It's definitely faster. It is 100% faster. Okay, so the question is, what on earth happened to the state? Why is it causing this? I think what it is the way that I'm doing the new sets. I think that's it. Because I don't actually know how it's being done in Redux. Hmm. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on. We got bombs on bombs. Things that should not be possible in the world. It's very weird. Definitely a 10 out of 10 weird. Okay, so... Oh, you know what? I know why. I know why. And that also explains the performance. Yes, I figured it out. Okay, see this? This is bad. Don't do this. So, um, yeah, I need to rethink the way that I'm doing this dirty setting here. Because, oh yeah, right. Um, let me think here. So, I'm thinking here. So we've got this dynamite game area. And we have an updater. So I'm doing this normally with the use public game state. And then I'm expecting an update anytime something in the public game state changes, which I thought would be clone deep. But all this cloning and all that jazz is really, really expensive. If I know what the old value is and I know what the new value is, then I could update the refs anywhere where the value is not deeply equal. But that's not quite what I want either. That is tricky. Because I have all these use effects. So anytime that data changes, the ref needs to change. It's as simple as that. And I thought that's what I was doing. I'm really curious how the other stuff works though. Like why does it not break? Like Funny Flippers actually worked shockingly well, even when it was receiving data from SSE. You know what, I'm kind of curious. What does it look like on Firebase? I don't want GitHub topics, I want the actual source. Yeah, this. Very object oriented. Let's see. I like that it's TypeScript though. Yeah, so looking at Firebase, it has a lot of code. It does a lot of things. So they basically have this like sparse tree, and they do some forget stuff and some fancy schmancy stuff. That's a lot of code. And I'm not about to write thousands of lines of code to do what Firebase does, when I can do a worse job in like 100. Hmm. Oh, I can see why there's an issue here. Because like, let's say we have like a ref way, way, way far down for like a particular part of the state. So like it's game states, just put comments here, okay? Star, or I guess game session, yeah, we'll just game state. Okay, game state public, users, boop. And we say, set this to something. Now, what I'm doing is I'm basically saying, okay, game state public users, or game state just public, throw the whole thing out, replace the whole gosh darn thing, it's all new. But that's not great. What I really wanted to do is I want this to be new. I want this to be new, this to be new, and this to be new. So clone deep, not gonna cut it. So can't do this make copy of 30, not good enough. Instead, what I have to do is basically go from the old ref like all the way up. So I'm traversing a tree, right? Getting to a node, updating that node, updating the reference there, and then I'm just going back up the tree, and I'm taking like, maybe this will make more sense. So we have this giant tree, okay? It's a big old sparse tree. Tree thing. Yay, tree things. It's like a Christmas tree, but sparse. Okay, so we got this stuff here. Yay, happy trees. Yay, happy trees. More trees. More stuff. Yay. Okay. So, let's say I want to update here. I'm going to update this element. This thingamabobber. Great stuff. Okay, we're updating this. So, let me just add another child over here and add some more over here. Okay. So, the things that need to be updated, the things that have changed. This has changed, this has changed, this has changed, and this has changed. Those are the only things that should have their ref updated, because those are the only parts that have changed. So what we have to do, oh yeah, and some people ask like, what separates a Google dev from a non-Google dev? Or what separates a you know, a dev that works at a big company versus one that doesn't. You should be able to do something like this. You should be able to take a problem and use some kind of data structure or some algorithm and figure it out. It doesn't matter what the problem is. So if you cannot do that yet, learn how to do that. That would be my advice. If you ever want to like pass one of those interviews. Other than that, just make sure that you're, you know, a team player and that you've got some kind of communication skills. That's important too. Alrighty. So, let's see. This is the thingamabobber that we're updating. Great stuff. So all we have to do is keep track of the states as we go down. That's all we do. We don't need 30 state anymore. We can just delete all that jazz. This is actually a simpler implementation. Yay for simplicity. So let's just say that const ancestors, and this will just be something. It's just going to be a list of all of the ancestors, because those are all of the thingamabobbers that got and became dirtied. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So, current state. That's the most rootiest part of the state. Yeah. Okay, cool. This is the rootiest part of the state. So we'll just say that this is current state. That'll be the reference to that. You know, I'll just say state ref. And actually, let's just do it this way. Okay, so we come down here. Okay, ancestors dot push the current state ref. So that's the ancestor. So as state ref changes, the ancestor is, hi Tato, how's it going? We're doing tree data structures. Yeah. Basically I'm implementing a subset of the Firebase real-time database using SSE. So the clients connect to the server and they open up like a connection. This uses SSE, that's server sent events. It's like a very simple version of socket.io or WebSockets, except it's unidirectional. It goes one way. It goes from the server to the client. And basically I found out that Firebase real-time database just is not fast enough. It's not performant enough for my use case. Because I don't need data persistence. I don't need it to last. It's very ephemeral. It's just for game sessions. So my options were WebSockets, WebTransport, or SSE. And WebTransport is too early, so it's not ready for mass adoption because it doesn't work on Firefox. WebSockets works, but is slightly more complicated than I need, and it doesn't really provide me much. So I'm going to use SSE. Anyways, so I'm working on this like dynamite game. This is kind of like Balduino. And I'm trying to scale it up to 1,000 players. That's the goal. Currently, I can get to about 50 to 100. With this SSE thing, I can get to about 200. And then once I go back and I optimize the netcode, I should be able to hit 1,000, I think. Don't quote me on it, because when there's 1,000 real players and that server's like broadcasting to all these players, it's a lot of data, it's a lot of CPU usage. It could become difficult. All right, so we pushed the state ref. So now we have all these thingamabobbers, right? So like my state ref is gonna have, I like it when it's big like this. Nice, nice colors. Okay, so this is my state ref. Okay, cool. It's a list. It's got these things in it. Or this is my ancestors. And then this last thing with the arrow pointing to it is my state ref. So the value here gets updated. Well, actually no, state ref is pointing here, actually. So then ancestors is like this. Cool. And now this is the key and this thing over here gets updated. Okay. So obviously this thing down here is automatically gonna get an update to its reference. It's a new object or value or whatever, so I don't need to worry about that one. But state ref does get updated. So let's actually do it this way. Ancestors, we'll push that last one and we'll make sure it starts with the roots. So now that means our ancestors looks like this. Yay. And our state ref is still this. But now this thing is our value, that's changing. It's updating, so now we have to iterate over all of the ancestors and we have to do a shallow copy from the last one that was added all the way to the first one that was added. And once we do that, all of them will have a new reference and nothing else will have a new reference because it'll be great. Cool. All right, so how do we do this? We want to iterate over ancestors in reverse for each one. Make a shallow copy to update the reference so that ref equality will change. Is there a nice reverse iterator for TypeScript? You know what? Let's just do it this way. It's easy. Ancestors.length -1, I greater than or equal to 0, minus I. All right. So as we're going through here, we want to go state ref equals ancestors bracket I -1, I think, because we're moving it backwards. So let's see. Right, so state ref currently, before we change it, is going to be pointing here. And that needs to change. In order to change it, I need its ancestor. Because the most outerest thing I can change is this. Okay. Instead of calling this state ref, how about I call it something child pointer. Because it's points, or node pointer. How about node pointer? It points to a node. It's not necessarily a child. It's not necessarily a leaf node. It's just a node in the tree. All right. So node pointer is going to point here. Great. So I need to do const parent node, and node pointer equals the parent node, and I don't have the keys. I need the keys. I need the key. Yep, I need the key. Okay. The key is basically the edge, right? Kind of think of it like that. Okay. So the key is some string, and the node is some value. Okay, so we've got the key, and we got this thing. Let me think, does that work? So, the parent node is this one. So the parent node go along the key. That's here we are. We're updating this value by making a shallow copy of all the contents of the node pointer, which is going to be this thing, and this thing. Yeah, that sounds like it works. Except that we want to stop at 1. Is that good enough? So ancestors starts with the root node. That's this thing. It might work. It might work, or it might be off by 1. Can't think right now. Alrighty, so it's gonna be like updating key. And the console log for the send thingamabobber. Great. I have no idea if this will work. It might work though. So if it does work, that'll be pretty cool. Oof. You're one off. You have a little bug to report about the shop? Is it the one where if you're incognito, or if you're not logged in, it doesn't show up? Or a different one? A different one? All right, yeah. Let me hear it. I'd love to know. So let's see, public game state. So here is the thing that updated. If you click an item, the pop-up doesn't hide after you select Get Gems. Let me fix that for you then. Might be a little tricky to fix. Oh, actually no, I can totally fix that. Yeah. That's interesting. You know, I bet that error is also on things like this. Yeah, it is. Good catch. Item tooltip stays open if it's active and you click to navigate and you navigate to another page. Okay, so we've updated 050. We've completely skipped over game objects. We've updated public, game state. I think I just do this. You're definitely more productive here than at work. Glad to hear it. Hopefully this place makes you more productive for work too, but you know, either way, I appreciate it. You're finding bugs, QA testing, that's awesome. Well, let's see. So we're stopping at I equals 1. So like, why don't I just do this? And at that point, oh yeah, I guess I still need I. Okay. Oof, I wish that worked. Okay. So we've updated 010, game objects, that ref is new. Public, that ref is new. Game states, that ref is new. All of the references, they're all new. That should work. Why? Why doesn't it work? So the current state is this. Maybe I have to do this. Because otherwise the most outer one... Oh wait, no, but then... Well, current state is always new. Hmm. I shouldn't need to do a clone like that. That should just be fine. I'm gonna test this with a deep clone and see if that magically works after this. Bulby bought one. No, I got crushed by the meteor. Okay, so that one still didn't work. If this is a deep clone, does that magically work? I mean, that would be wrong, you know, but maybe it'll actually work. Okay, so something real funky is going on. No, I think I'll do this. I think it's more explicit. Okay, so the parent node is whatever the current node pointer is. It iterates over the ancestors. It updates the references. So the ref equality should 100% be changing here. Just to verify, underscore.clone deep. Let me just do it this way instead. Do I say when I leave the mouse on a button? How do I say when I leave the mouse on a button and the prompt shows up? Oh, you mean the tooltip? Like, how do I do that? It's just a tooltip. It's just a really, really fancy tooltip. Like this thing? How do I do this? I'll show you. So the way this is implemented. Oh, tooltip. So I have this like component tooltip. And it's a popper, which is a very unfortunate name for a tooltip kind of thing. And it's just like this really fancy styled thingamabobber. And it gets really complicated. Like, this is the tooltip, right? It's got a header, it's got content, that has actions you can do, well, you can buy and you can sell, you've got... It does a lot. Okay, so clone deep works. Clone deep magically works. So we know that we're doing something with the public game state, and that current state game state public. When I clone deep it, it works. Otherwise, it does not work. When I leave the mouse on gold, you could add how do you win gold? Collect gold by playing games. Oh, it could. Let me see. Collect gold to buy items from shops. Yeah. You know what? That's a much better user experience. Collect gold to buy items. Okay, how do you buy gold? Or how do you get gold? It doesn't say. Yeah, okay, I'll rewrite that. Um, But how do I solve this thing? Just to make sure I'm not taking crazy pills here, let's just say let A equals B, hello, and C has a D, which has an E. I know I've done this before, and it works just fine. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll do like F40T, or let's just do that. And G is 69, nice. Okay, so now A is all this jazz. So now if I were to do something like let H equal A dot C dot D, and then I do like H, well, if I do H equals 20, that's not going to do anything, but if I do H dot X equals X, and I do A, I should see that H now has a child. And it does. Yeah, that all works. And then if I do something like A dot C equals oh, that would be really weird. Let's just say this, and I'd say A again. The C is no difference. Yeah, that all works exactly as I expected. So then why is it not working here? What if I do this? Console.log ancestors. And now let's just do it this way. And we'll do underscore dot clone deep. Just clone deep all the ancestors just so that I understand what the heck is going on before and after. Well, no, because we're only changing reference equality, so that's not going to do much there. Yeah, okay, well, this will tell me something. So the root node that I have has game state and public. That's rude enough for me. You can even say it's rudimentary. Sorry, that was lame. So then how do I... So then that's a game state, it's public, and that's users. Yeah, that seems to be the way it goes. That's how the ancestors stuff works. And the last one is a key with users. So if I do public dot users and then I replace it, it obviously changes. And then obviously if I do this and then split the public, it's going to be that whole thing. This works except for the very last one. Still cold? Yeah, you know, I mean, this helps warm me up, and welcome back. We're doing this really pretty thing. So I made this really pretty graphic, and what this is a tree that is being attacked by a list and lots of arrows. No, this is a representation of a tree, and then like you go down the tree, and then I had these like arrows to like point to the reference and the ancestors and stuff. It makes sense in my head, okay? It makes sense. Really, it does. I just got clobbered by a meteor. Okay, oh, right, but the key only matters on... Oh, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I figured out my problem. So it's iterating over this in reverse, right? And it's like, ah, the key is users. So updating key users, but no, that's not what it needs to do. It needs to update the key public, or I mean, it needs to not do that. Okay, so we have this updating key. The very first thing that happens is bot underscore 0. So that means this referential equality, this changes. Great stuff. So that means this is no different. The next thing we need to do is change users. Game state public users. So this is the next one that needs to change. So I should have this outer public set to user. Okay, so that should be this one, which is the length -2. I see the problem. Man, I tell you, off by 1 bugs are like the arch nemesis of coders everywhere. Right, because this is the key. Okay, so what I really want here, and I'm just being all funky with this node pointer. Let's not reuse the node pointer. If you think of all ranges as inclusive, exclusive, it goes a long way to solving off by 1 errors. Yeah, that's how I already tend to do things. All ranges, yeah. But that's not the off by 1 here. The off by 1 here is because I had this key, but this key was based on the key of the parent. So you'd have to go like this ancestor, right? And then bracket key of this key to get to this node. And that was the issue. So let's do 2 things. So let's start with the very last ancestor. All right. But yeah, that's good advice. Okay, ancestor pointer. I mean, it's kind of just a node pointer, but you know. I don't want to reuse the same variable for something else. All right. So this is going to be the very last element. So what I want to do here is you know what? I don't even need this. Let's just do it this way. Wait a minute. Maybe I do want this node pointer, actually. Right, because this is a list of only the ancestors. So what I want is I want const key equals ancestors bracket I -1, which means this now has to be stopping here. Okay. And then parent node bracket key does exist. Wait, what? Oh. Let's try that out. But yeah, when I do that whole inclusive exclusive thing, that's why even when I'm doing like length -1 and that less than equal to greater than or equal to, I'm always thinking of like inclusive exclusive. And you'll see like in my code a lot of times, I mean, I guess it's gonna be kind of hard to find. But I always define ranges as like that or like that or that, you know. Like in my comments. Okay. Close. So when I'm updating this, we have the 1010, which is the key. But now we're missing game objects and we're skipping straight to public game state. Oh wait, no, the key needs to be bracket I, and the ancestor needs to be -1. Because I want the previous key to apply to the thingamabobber. There we go. Cool. All right, now let's go ahead and remove some of this console log stuff. Oh yeah, and the latency here as well for Dynamite Move, it went from like 30 millis, 40 millis, because it was reaching out to the real-time database, to being sub-millisecond. So that's always nice. Because that's how much time a move should take, you know? It shouldn't take like an arm and a leg. Oh wait, I don't want to play Paint Job. Whoops. I want to play Dynamite. Rawr. Because it's got dinos in it. And dinos are cool. Okay. Let's just say 50. Let's try that out. Oh, I need to remove all those console logs. I'm guessing the performance might be a little bit better now. Oh yeah, that's much better performance. Why is this here? No, it's broken. It's almost working, but it's broken. Why is that broken? I really want to push this, but I have to remove the bug from it first. Oh no. Well, it's still doing the weird booming thing. Which is so sad, because the performance is, like, really so much better. Apart from the weird bug. The latency is virtually gone. It's so that I know about the boom. You know, that could be it. But it's kind of funky. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's like the deletes aren't working properly. I think that might be what it is. So let's see if that's what the problem is. I 100% guarantee you that's what the problem is. But this is exciting. I know this is probably like pretty boring, compared to like watching the CSS and stuff change and, you know, seeing like actual progress outside of, I mean, I guess you can see some progress, right? Like it's way more performant. I'm curious, what's 200 like? Oh, but I've got to do this thing here. Okay, let's do that. Let me just test 200 real fast. See if the performance is still absolute garbage on the client. It might be. It's still a bit laggy on the client. It feels a little sluggish. I mean, the network is fine, but it feels a little sluggish. Just the client FPS is not amazing. Unfortunately, with the delete bug. Oh yeah, the latency is like 0. Oh no, I got eliminated. Yeah, latency is great. Far, far, far better than it used to be. Far better. Far, far better. Like, so much faster. The only issue are those deletes. Alright, let's figure out what those deletes are doing, why they're not working the way they're supposed to. Alright. Set new states. All this stuff needs to do thingamabobbers here. Buggy? Yeah, it is buggy. Yep. My apologies for the bugs. Value not as equal to null. Then add else delete. I don't have cooldown associate. I don't know what that means. There's a cooldown on when you can place bombs and stuff, or not place bombs, but there's a cooldown on your movement based on how many speed power-ups you've picked up. You can just maintain the space. Again, I'm not sure what you mean. If you're saying that I can do batching to improve performance, then you're 100% correct. In fact, that's the goal. I'm gonna change this later from sending constant updates to just sending state updates, like telling the client, hey, this is the current state, and just doing that. But I need to fix this delete thing because other games also rely on it. Okay, so that's a ref equality update. I mean, you saw the size of Firebase, right? You saw the amount of code required there. We're basically implementing that, but in 100 lines of code, so you're gonna have a few bugs. Hopefully I can remove them all. Or, I mean, it's gonna be rough around the edges. It's not gonna be as polished. For sure. Set the new state, creating a new ref if the state is dirty. Okay. Maybe what will help is if I make a game with myself If you press the spacebar between two blocks while moving, you can put a bomb in the block at your position. In 2 blocks or no bomb at all. Again, yeah, that there is a bug with that. There's an outstanding bug, but for the most part, it works 100% right. It's wherever you're currently at, whichever block you're currently on. But if you like spam bombs, then the client can think it can place a bomb that it doesn't actually place. And that bug happens because I'm doing clients an optimistic client. So it's a great place to introduce bugs because it's really hard to get it right. But basically what an optimistic client does is it changes the state, what you see on the client, before the server tells you what that state should be. So you're trying to like guess what the server state is before it tells you. And if you get it wrong, then you have a bug. And it's really hard to get right. But I might be able to remove some of that logic or just fix it. Okay, so we placed it. And now we have this. Okay. So we have a few things. We've got directions. Jesus. That's a lot of changes. You do work as a KM? What's a KM? Okay, so we placed this bomb, which was an add. Game objects underscore 010. And now we have this. 010. Delete. Oh, the person that tests the project and gives them up. Okay. In the USA, what we do is we call a KM a QA for quality assurance. But thank you for testing out Funi because I need people like you to test Funi and tell me what's broken. Uncover all the bugs. So I definitely do appreciate it. You're just piling on all of these things that we can tackle. And as soon as I get this done, I promise we will tackle some of those things. And your company is called a Knowledge Master? I see. That sounds cooler than quality assistant or quality assurance tester. Knowledge Master sounds so much cooler. Okay, so now we have let's just do this. Let's do a clone deep. Just get the root ancestor. Just to see what is going on. As soon as I fix the bugs in this, Dynamite should feel so much better because it's just going to be so much faster. Like, I'm actually shaving off like 200 millis of latency from everything. Okay. So place this, and then boom. Okay, so we got the delete. We got the game objects, public game state. That sounds good. And then after this point, we have game state and all this jazz. Game state, public, game objects. That sounds right. So that's happening, and then it's going, let's see. We've got the updater. Scene, map width, all that jazz. Here it is, game objects. So let's do this. We'll log here. So we'll know whenever a render happens for Dynamite Updater. And then I will log right here. And let's do another clone deep. The reason that I do all these clone deeps is because of the way that the command line works. The command line stores a shallow copy for any objects you pass in. So if you expand an object, or I'm saying command line, but I mean console. So if you expand an object, then it'll use whatever the current live value is at the time that you expand it. So by doing a clone deep, I ensure that these things inside of here don't change on me. Am I updating the page in real time or just the offline server so I can try it? If I was updating the page in real time, like the live site, then I would be what's called a cowboy coder. And cowboy coders, they all live in Texas or the South, and you have to wear a hat. And what I just said is not true at all, but it is called a cowboy coder. So you should never update the live site. Instead, what you want to do is, yeah, so instead what you do is you update your, local dev machine, maybe you push it to a staging server first, which is just a copy of the real site. And then that's when someone like a knowledge master or a QA goes and they test the staging server. And then if everything looks good, you get the thumbs up, you move the staging over to the master or like to the live site. I don't do a staging server, I just deploy straight and I just rely on the tests to, keep me sane. The tests that I don't write. But if I did write tests, if I did write them, I do have some. Okay. So I have a lot of stuff going on now. So let's go ahead and take host back. This is one of those nice things you can do. If you are the creator of a room, you can always bring host back to yourself. So then you can take control. Okay. So let's see. Ancestor. Oh, right. I was gonna place a bomb. Okay, boom. Bomb has been placed. The bomb has been planted. Okay, and then one kaboom. Great. Okay. So after the bomb was planted, it calls dynamite updater. That's good. And it does the game objects. That's good. Okay, now the delete happens. It goes through here. It calls dynamite updater. It does not update the game objects, which means the game objects reference somehow it never got in here. That's really funky. Okay, let's get a little more info. So on dynamite updater, what is game objects at this point? I think I know what's going on. I think the key is getting deleted from game objects, but game objects is still the same object, so that reference is not getting changed. So I think I have an off by one again, where this is what it is. This is what it is right here. You see this delete that's happening? This deletes a key, but it doesn't change node pointer. And so what's happening is this is a delete. It's deleting that thing, and then for some reason that's not going into this ref update. So why is it not getting into the... It says ref update right there. Ref update game objects. You know why? It's because I tried to use load dash. I guarantee you that's what the problem is. It's right here. Lodash, they're smart. They're like, you want to do a shallow copy, but your object is empty. Just return itself. I bet that's what happens. What I wanted was an explicit shallow copy because I need that reference to change. So we can actually see. Okay, Lodash, GitHub. It lied to me. It said it was doing a shallow copy and it didn't. I bet that's what it was. I guarantee you that's what it was. Okay, so we've got clone deep, but we also have clone. Base clone. All right, so now we're looking at Lodash. We have a value. Yeah. If not as object, return value. Well, we are an object. We're just an empty object. If is array. Oh, not is array. If is buffer, return clone buffer. Where is it going wrong? Okay, if tag is equal to object tag, Where's tag getting set? Get tag of value. Yeah, 100% it's going to be that object tag. Okay. Results equals is flat or is func, else init clone object. That seems okay. Like, that does seem okay. But I guarantee you that's the problem. Or I don't guarantee. This is not like a, you know, guarantee you don't get any kind of, like, warranty or anything. This is just a figurative speech way of saying, yeah, that's probably it. Okay. Let me refresh. That wasn't it, was it? Oh, it is. Yep. Okay, it works now. Never mind. Jokes. Hmm. It's almost like it did work, but maybe there's another bug. Anyways, I just realized the time. It is super duper late. I need to start getting ready for bed. Because it's already 10 a.m. or almost. So I'm gonna get ready for bed. If there's any suggestions for who I should raid, then I'll go ahead and raid them. Otherwise, I'll raid a random person, and thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. Uh, anyways, the best coding happens but after midnight. You know, I agree. It does. It absolutely does. So let's go ahead and we will create a channel. Let's see. Who should I raid? How about... Is that even a coder? That's just pixel art, I think. How about... Is this English? No, it's not. How about... Oh, this is neat. MMO game dev from scratch? That sounds really cool. Okay, here we go.